We must win. We shall have victory. We shall take this town back. We take what is ours. Win this battle! Wipe them from this place! You died a warrior's death. You died for nothing. You want war. You've got war. You were not a true warrior. You were warned! Your death was meaningless. You're food for worms. A rebel's death. All rebels will die. Almost. Another dead rebel. Back to the fight. Battle waits for no one. Battle waits. Battle glory. Blood. Be ready. Be ready. Blood for Cain. Blood for Nosgoth. Blood for strength. Bring death to our enemies. Bring us victory. Come on. Come to me, humans. Curse these damned blood sacks. Damn rebel. Death is your reward. Destroy them! Die. Do not let them take this town. Don't let the blood sacks win it. Don't let these blood sacks win it. Feed the soil of Nosgoth. Fight and die a warrior. Fight as warriors! Fight harder! Fight until they are finished! Fight! Fight for this town! Fight! These are only humans! Fight! We can win this! Fight! Food for me, or food for worms. For Cain. For Nosgoth. From warrior to corpse, glory will be mine. Hunting, waiting, it will all end in killing. I am a death bringer! I am a true warrior! I am unstoppable! I have not claimed enough deaths this day. I take strength from the weak. I take what's mine. I will claim more deaths today. I will claim more lives today. It's not ready. Let none live past this day. Let the battle prove me. Let's win this. Meet a true warrior. Must wait. None shall stand before me. None shall stand. Not ready. Now let's end it. Rah! Show them your skill. Soon. Strength for the fight. Strength from the weak. Strength. Sweet. That's the price of rebellion. That's the price of your stupidity. The battle is done. Let us win this town. The battle is out there. The price of your stupidity. The war continues. These rebels will be crushed. These slaves will earn their place. They cannot win. They earn their place. They will meet a true warrior. This fight will be ours. This is my time. This town will be ours. This will be my battle. The battle. Find those humans. To the fight. Unstoppable! Victory must be taken. Victory nears. Victory over the rebels! Victory will be ours! Victory. This town will be ours. We can still defeat them. We must prove that we are warriors!
Welcome back then, guys. Good to see you, Alucard. Here we are. We are going to get started with some Lovecraft Tales. Thank you, Alucard, getting started with our chat here tonight. Already in the pre-show. Appreciate it, my brother. Good to see you. Some awesome times here tonight. We are going to pick it up with some Lovecraft Tales, a few poems here, a big reading, and how about some Diablo Immortal, possibly some Blackwake, and as well as Call of Cthulhu for the rest of the time we have here tonight. We're going to play for a solid couple of hours, so let us get into it and enjoy and see what we can find. Alright, first thing here, after the recent upload with the colors out of space. Got the new thumbnail for that. Yep, voice mod should be working fine. We'll do one more test here. Hello there, Mr. Alucard. Fantastic to see you, my brother. Hope you're doing great. We'll continue to adjust and have fun time with these good voice mod and other such great times. But I'm glad you can make it back, man. Hope you're doing fine. Yeah, the colors out of space for you there. Very nice. And we're going to find a new one right now. So let's get to a poem, and then we'll do a story. Hopefully it won't be a full 3 hours long like last time, because we do have a few other things, a few adventures we do want to get to tonight. Enough hunt for one day. We'll get back to that tomorrow for sure. Some really good rounds with Dookie and friend today, though. So we'll be looking forward to that VOD. But for now, we have a few poems. And yes, voice mod for you there, Alucard, to be used in a About Me section, or the widget anytime. We also have those new cheers. I took off the title after having it 3-4 times in a row. 1 through 10 bits. The newest ones, 6 through 10. No one has debuted those yet, so only 6 through 10 bits. You can see the brand new cheers for that as well. Exciting time, Alucard. We have our Voice Mod Pro goal there. We have the Father's Day gift for the rest of the month. And we are now on to hplovecraft.com. to find our next poem to be enjoyed with some atmospheric music and a fun time reading in general with voice mod always is a possibility for you guys. Let's get to a poem first, then we'll find a nice story to read before we get to Diablo Immortal, possibly Blackwake, Call of Cthulhu. We'll be playing those 3 or at least 2 tonight. Okay, we've done a few other ones. We have Pacifist War Song. Alright, let's check out that. Please enjoy Pacifist War Song from 1917 by H.P. Lovecraft. Let's check it out. Alucard already supporting us, having a lovely time in the chat. Wonderful to see you, bro. We are the valiant knights of peace who prattle for the right. Our banner is of snowy fleece, inscribed, "Too proud to fight." By sweet Chautauqua's flowery banks we love to sing and play. But should we spy a foeman's ranks, we'd proudly run away. When Prussian fury sweeps the main, our freedom to deny, of tyrant laws we never complain, but gladsomely comply. We do not fear the submarines that plow the troubled foam. We scorn the ugly old machines and safely stay at home. They say our country's close to war, and soon must man the guns, but we see naught to struggle for, we love the gentle Huns. What though their hireling greaser bands invade our southern plains, we well can spare those boisterous lands, content with what remains. Our fathers were both rude and bold, and would not live like brothers, but we are of a finer mold. We're much more like our mothers. Hope you enjoyed Pacifist War Song from 1917, H.P. Lovecraft. Wow, yeah, that one is over a century old now. Still very funny and appropriate to some people. Valiant Knights of Peace. That's a pretty good one. Okay. We will pick it up with more poems soon. Let's find a nice story to be read here tonight. Alright, we'll take a little look here. That was funny, Alucard. That's a pretty funny one. Alright, this one is not 3 hours long, so that's good. The Disinterment. Alright, let's check out this one. This will be a new one. Yeah, we did not read this one before, so... Alright, please enjoy now a new story. The Disinterment by Duane W. Rimmel and H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, just a little bit of nice atmosphere for you as well. Lovely time of that. Alrighty, here it is. The Disinterment. I awoke abruptly from a horrible dream and stared wildly about. Then, seeing the high, arched ceiling and the narrow, stained windows of my friend's room, a flood of uneasy revelation coursed over me, and I knew that of all Andrew's hopes had been realized. I lay supine in a large bed, the posts of which reared upward in dizzy perspective, while on vast shelves about the chamber were in the familiar books and antiques, I was accustomed to seeing in that secluded corner of the crumbling and ancient mansion, which had formerly our joint home for many years. On a table by the wall stood a huge candelabrum of early workmanship and design, and the usual light window curtains had been replaced by hangings of somber black, which took on a faint ghostly luster in the dying light. I recalled forcibly the events preceding my confinement and seclusion in this veritable medieval fortress. They were not pleasant, and I shuddered anew when I remembered the couch that had held me before my tenancy of the present one, the couch that everyone supposed would be my last. Memory burned afresh regarding those hideous circumstances which had compelled me to choose between a true death and a hypothetical one. With a later reanimation by therapeutic methods known only to my comrade, Marshall Andrews. The whole thing had begun when I returned from the Orient a year before and discovered, to my utter horror, that I had contracted leprosy while abroad. I had known that I was taking grave chances in caring for my stricken brother in the Philippines, but no hint of my own affliction appeared until I returned to my native land. Andrews himself had made the discovery and kept it from me as long as possible, but our close acquaintance soon disclosed the awful truth. Good to see you there, Alucard. We're drinking some dragon fruit tonight as well. That's a bit of nice drink here. And also watch Nightmare Alley if you've seen that interesting movie. Some good inspiration for that going into this. Pick it up here from Soon Disclose the Awful Truth. Shout out to Alucard for starting off the chat, being a golden dragon champion.
Hello there, Mr. Alucard, TARDIS, and Gaining Grim Reaper. Welcome back to the Roost, my friends. Always great to see you, all the way from New Zealand. Welcome back.
At once I was quartered in our ancient abode atop the crags overlooking crumbling Hampton, from whose musty halls and quaint arched doorways I was never permitted to go forth. It was a terrible existence, with the yellow shadow hanging constantly over me, yet my friend never faltered in his faith, taking care not to contract the dread scourge, but meanwhile making life as pleasant and comfortable as possible. His widespread, though somewhat sinister fame as a surgeon prevented any authority from discovering my plight and shipping me away. It was after nearly a year of this seclusion, late in August, that Andrews decided on a trip to the West Indies to study native medical methods. He said, I was left in care of Venerable Simmies, the household factotum. So far, no outward signs of the disease had developed, and I enjoyed a tolerable, though almost completely private existence during my colleague's absence. It was during this time that I read many of the tomes Andrew had acquired in the course of his 20 years as a surgeon, and learned why his reputation, though locally of the highest, was just a bit shady. For the volumes included any number of fanciful subjects hardly related to modern medical knowledge, treatises and unauthoritative articles on monstrous experiments in surgery, accounts of the bizarre effects of grandural transplantation and rejuvenation in animals and men alike, brochures on attempted brain transference, and a host of other fanciful speculations not countenanced by orthodox physicians. It appeared, too, that Andrews was an authority on obscure medicaments. Some of the few books I waded through revealing that he had spent much time in chemistry and in the search for new drugs, which might be used as aids in surgery. Looking back at those studies now, I find them hellishly suggestive when associated with his later experiments. Andrews was gone longer than I expected, returning early in November, almost 4 months later. And when he did arrive, I was quite anxious to see him, since my condition was at last on the brink of becoming noticeable. I had reached a point where I must seek absolute privacy to keep from being discovered. But my anxiety was slight as compared with his exuberance over a certain new plan he had hatched while in the Indies. A plan to be carried out with the aid of a curious drug he had learned of from a native doctor in Haiti. When he explained that his idea concerned me, I became somewhat alarmed. Though in my position there could be little to make my plight worse. I had indeed considered more than once the oblivion that would come with a revolver or a plunge from the roof to the jagged rocks below. On the day after his arrival, in the seclusion of the dimly lit study, he outlined the whole grisly scheme. He had found in Haiti a drug, the former for which he would develop later, which induced a state of profound sleep in anyone taking it, a trance so deep that death was closely counterfeited. With all muscular reflexes, even the respiration and heartbeat, completely stilled for the time being. Andrews had, he said, seen it demonstrated on natives many times. Some of them remained somnolent for days at a time, wholly immobile, and as much like death as death itself. This suspended animation, he explained further, would even pass the closest examination of any medical man. He himself, according to all known laws, would have to report as dead a man under the influence of such a drug. He stated, too, that the subject's body assumed the precise appearance of a corpse, even a slight rigor mortis developing in prolonged cases. For some time his purpose did not seem wholly clear, but when the full import of his words became apparent, I felt weak and nauseated. Yet in another way I was relieved, for the thing meant at least a partial escape from my curse, an escape from the banishment and shame of an ordinary death of the dread leprosy. Briefly, his plan was to administer a strong dose of the drug to me and call the local authorities, who would immediately pronounce me dead, and see that I was buried within a very short while. He felt assured that with their careless examination, they would fail to notice my leprosy symptoms, which in truth had hardly appeared. Only a trifle over 15 months had passed since I had caught the disease, whereas the corruption takes 7 years to run its entire course. Later, he said, would come resurrection. After my interment in the family graveyard, beside my century dwelling and barely a quarter mile from his own ancient pile, the appropriate steps would be taken. Finally, when my estate was settled and my decease widely known, he would secretly open the tomb and bring me to his own abode again, still alive and none the worse for my adventure. It seemed a ghastly and daring plan, but to me it offered the only hope for even a partial freedom. So I accepted his proposition, but not without a myriad of misgivings. What if the effect of the drug would wear off while I was in my tomb? What if the coroners should discover the awful ruse and fail to inter me? These were some of the hideous doubts which assailed me before the experiment. Though death would have been a release from my curse, I feared it even worse than the yellow scourge, feared it even when I could see its black wings constantly hovering over me. Fortunately, I was spared the horror of viewing my own funeral and burial rites. They must, however, have gone just as Andrews had planned, even to the subsequent disinterment. For after the initial dose of the poison from Haiti, I lapsed into a semi-paralytic state, and from that to a profound night-black sleep. The drug had been administered in my room, and Andrews had told me before giving it that he would recommend to the coroner a verdict of heart failure due to nerve strain. Of secret transportation from the graveyard to his crumbling manor covered a period of 3 days. Having been buried late in the afternoon of the third day, my body was secured by Andrews that very night. He had replaced the fresh sod just as it had been when the workmen left. Old Symes, sworn to secrecy, had helped Andrews in his ghoulish task. Later, I had lain for over a week in my old familiar bed, owing to some unexpected effect of the drug. My whole body was completely paralyzed, so that I could move my head only slightly. All my senses, however, were fully alert. And by another week's time, I was able to take nourishment in good quantities. Andrews explained that my body would gradually regain its former sensibilities, though owing to the presence of the leprosy, it might take considerable time. He seemed greatly interested in analyzing my daily symptoms, and always asked if there was any feeling present in my body. Many days passed before I was able to control any part of my anatomy, and much longer before the paralysis crept from my enfeebled limbs so that I could feel the ordinary bodily reactions. Lying and staring at my numb hulk was like having it injected with a perpetual anesthetic. There was a total alienation I could not understand, considering that my head and neck were quite alive and in good health. Andrews explained that he had revived my upper half first and could not account for the complete bodily paralysis, though my condition seemed to trouble him little considering the damnably intent interest he centered upon my reactions and stimuli from the very beginning. Many times during lulls in our conversation, I would catch a strange gleam in his eyes as he viewed me on the couch, a glint of victorious exultation, which, queerly enough, he never voiced aloud, though he seemed to be quite glad that I had run the gauntlet of death and had come through alive. Still, there was that horror I was to meet in less than 6 years, which added to my desolation and melancholy during the tedious days in which I awaited the return of normal bodily functions. But I would be up and about, he assured me, before very long, enjoying an existence few men had ever experienced. The words did not, however, impress me with their true and ghastly meaning until many days later. During that awful siege in bed, Andrews and I became somewhat estranged. He no longer treated me so much like a friend as like an implement in his skilled and greedy fingers. I found him possessed of unexpected traits, little examples of baseness and cruelty, apparent even to the hardened Symes, which disturbed me in a most unusual manner. Often he would display extraordinary cruelty to live specimens in his laboratory, for he was constantly carrying on various hidden projects in glandular and muscular transplantation on guinea pigs and rabbits. He had also been employing his newly discovered sleeping potion in curious experiments with suspended animation. But of these things he told me very little. The old Symes often let slip chance comments, which shed some light on the proceedings. I was not certain how much the old servant knew, but he had surely learned considerable, being a constant companion to both Andrews and myself. With the passage of time, a slow but constant feeling began creeping into my disabled body, and at the reviving symptoms, Andrew took a fanatical interest in my case. He still seemed more coldly analytical than sympathetic toward me, taking my pulse and heartbeat with more than usual zeal. Occasionally, in his fevered examinations, I saw his hands tremble slightly, an uncommon sight with so skilled a surgeon, but he seemed oblivious to my scrutiny. I was never allowed even a momentary glimpse of my full body, but with the feeble return of the sense of touch, I was aware of a bulk and heaviness which at first seemed awkward and unfamiliar. Gradually, I regained the use of my hands and arms, and with the passing of the paralysis came a new and terrible sensation of physical estrangement. My limbs had difficulty in following the commands of my mind, and every movement was jerky and uncertain. So clumsy were my hands that I had to become accustomed to them all over again. This must, I thought, be due to my disease and the advance of the contagion in my system. Being unaware of how the early symptoms affected the victim, my brother's being a more advanced case, I had no means of judging. And since Andrews shunned the subject, I deemed it better to remain silent. One day I asked Andrews, I no longer considered him a friend, if I might try rising and sitting up in bed. At first he objected strenuously, but later, after cautioning me to keep the blankets well up around my chin so that I would not be chilled, he permitted it. This seemed strange, in view of the comfortable temperature. Now that late autumn was slowly turning into winter, the room was always well heated. A growing chilliness at night, and occasional glimpses of a leaden sky through the window had told me of the changing season. For no calendar was ever in sight upon the dingy walls. With the gentle help of Symes, I was eased to a sitting position, Andrews coldly watching from the door to the laboratory. At my success, a slow smile spread across his leering features, and he turned to disappear from the darkened doorway. His mood did nothing to improve my condition. Old Symes, usually so regular and consistent, was now often late in his duties, sometimes leaving me alone for hours at a time. The terrible sense of alienation was heightened by my new position. It seemed that the legs and arms inside my gown were hardly able to follow the summoning of my mind, and it became mentally exhausting to continue movement for any length of time. My fingers, woefully clumsy, were wholly unfamiliar to my inner sense of touch, and I wondered vaguely if I were to be accursed the rest of my days with an awkwardness induced by my dread malady. It was on the evening following my half-recovery that the dreams began. I was tormented not only at night, but during the day as well. I would awaken, screaming horribly, from some frightful nightmare, and I dared not think about outside the realm of sleep. These dreams consisted mainly of ghoulish things, graveyards at night, stalking corpses, and lost souls amid a chaos of blinding light and shadow. The terrible reality of the visions disturbed me most of all. It seemed that some inside influence was inducing the grisly vistas of moonlit tombstones and endless catacombs of the restless dead. I could not place their source, and at the end of a week I was quite frantic with abominable thoughts which seemed to obtrude themselves upon my unwelcome consciousness. By that time a slow plan was forming whereby I might escape the living hell into which I had been propelled. Andrews cared less and less about me, seeming intent only on my progress and growth and recovery of normal muscular reactions. I was becoming every day more convinced of the nefarious doings going on in that laboratory across the threshold. The animal cries were shocking and rasped hideously on my overwrought nerves. And I was gradually beginning to think that Andrews had not saved me from deportation solely from my own benefit, but for some accursed reason of his own. Syme's attention was slowly becoming slighter and slighter, and I was convinced that the aged servitor had a hand in the deviltry somewhere. Andrews no longer eyed me as a friend, but as an object of experimentation. Nor did I like the way he fingered his scalpel when he stood in the narrow doorway, and stared at me with crafty alertness. I had never before seen such a transformation come over any man. His ordinarily handsome features were now lined and whisker-grown, and his eyes gleamed as if some imp of Satan were staring from them. His cold, calculating gaze made me shudder horribly, and gave me a fresh determination to free myself from his bondage as soon as possible. I had lost track of time during my dream orgy, and had no way of knowing how fast the days were passing. The curtains were often drawn in the daytime, the room being lit by waxen cylinders in the large candelabrum. It was a nightmare of living horror and unreality, though through it all I was gradually becoming stronger. I always gave careful responses to Andrew's inquiries concerning my returning physical control, concealing the fact that a new life was vibrating through me with every passing day. An altogether strange sort of strength, but one which I was counting on to serve me in the coming crisis. Finally, one chilly evening when the candles had been extinguished, and a pale shaft of moonlight fell through the dark curtains upon my bed, I determined to rise and carry out my plan of action. There had been no movement from either of my captors for several hours, and I was confident that both were asleep in adjoining bedchambers. Shifting my cumbersome weight carefully, I rose to a sitting position, and crawled cautiously out of bed, down upon the floor. A vertigo gripped me momentarily, and a wave of weakness flooded my entire being. But finally strength returned, and by clutching at a bedpost, I was able to stand upon my feet for the first time in many months. Gradually a new strength coursed through me, and I donned the dark robe which I had been hanging on a nearby chair. It was quite long, but served as a cloak over my nightdress. Again came that feeling of awful unfamiliarity which I had experienced in bed, that sense of alienation and of difficulty in making my limbs perform as they should. But there was need for haste before my feeble strength might give out. As a last precaution in dressing, I slipped some old shoes over my feet, but thought I could have sworn they were my own. They seemed abnormally loose, so that I decided they must belong to the aged Symes. Oh boy. You know what that means. Seeing no other heavy objects in the room, I seized from the table the huge candelabrum, upon which the moon shone like a pallid glow, and proceeded very quietly toward the laboratory door. My first steps came jerkily, and with much difficulty, and in the semi-darkness I was unable to make my way very rapidly. When I reached the threshold, a glance within revealed my former friend, seated in a large, overstuffed chair, while beside him was a smoking stand upon which were assorted bottles and a glass. He reclined halfway in the moonlight through the large window, and his greasy features were creased in a drunken smirk. An open book lay in his lap, one of the hideous tomes from his private library. For a moment I gloated over the prospect before me, and then, stepping forward suddenly, I brought the heavy weapon down upon his unprotected head. The dull crunch was followed by a spurt of blood, and the fiend crumpled to the floor, his head laid half open. I felt no contrition at taking the man's life in such a manner. In the hideous, half-visible specimens of his surgical wizardry scattered about the room in various stages of completion and preservation, I felt there was enough evidence to blast his soul without my aid. Andrews had gone too far in his practices to continue living, and as one of his monstrous specimens, of that I was now hideously certain, it was my duty to exterminate him. Symes, I realized, would be no such easy matter indeed. Only unusual good fortune had caused me to find Andrews unconscious. When I finally reeled up to the servant's bedchamber door, faint from exhaustion, I knew it would take all my remaining strength to complete the ordeal. The old man's room was in utmost darkness, being on the north side of the structure, but he must have seen me silhouetted in the doorway as I came in. He screamed hoarsely, and I aimed the candelabrum at him from the threshold. It struck something soft, making a sloughing sound in the darkness, but the screaming continued. From that time on, events became hazy and jumbled together, but I remember grappling with the man and choking the life from him little by little. He gibbered a host of awful things before I could lay hands on him, cried and begged for mercy from my clutching fingers. I hardly realized my own strength in that mad moment which left Andrew's associate in a condition like his own. Retreating from the darkened chamber, I stumbled for the stairway door, sagged through it, and somehow reached the landing below. No lamps were burning, and my only light was a filtering of moonbeams coming from the narrow windows in the hall. But I made my jerky way over the cold, damp slabs of stone, reeling from the terrible weakness of my exertion, and reached the front door after ages of fumbling and crawling about in the darkness. Vague memories and haunting shadows came to taunt me in that ancient hallway, shadows once friendly and understandable, but now grown alien and unrecognizable, so that I stumbled down the worn steps in a frenzy of something more than fear. For a moment, I stood in the shadow of the giant stone manor, viewing the moonlit trail down which I must go to reach the home of my forefathers, only a quarter of a mile distant, but the way seemed long, and for a while I despaired of ever traversing the whole of it. At last I grasped a piece of dead wood as a cane and set out down the winding road. Ahead, seemingly only a few rods away in the moonlight, stood the venerable mansion where my ancestors had lived and died. Its turrets rose spectrally in the shimmering radiance, and the black shadow cast on the beetling hillside appeared to shift and waver, as if belonging to a castle of unreal substance. There stood the monument of half a century, a haven for all my family, old and young, which I had deserted many years ago to live with the fanatical Andrews. It stood empty on that fateful night, and I hope that it may always remain so. In some manner I reached the aged place, though I do not remember the last half of the journey at all. It was enough to be near the family cemetery, among whose moss-covered and crumbling stones I would seek the oblivion I had desired. As I approached the moonlit spot, the old familiarity, so absent during my abnormal existence, returned to plague me in a wholly unexpected way. I drew close to my own tombstone, and the feeling of homecoming grew stronger. With it came a fresh flood of that awful sense of alienation and disembodiment which I knew so well. I was satisfied that the end was drawing near, nor did I stop to analyze emotions till a little later, when the full horror of my position burst upon me. Intuitively, I knew my own tombstone, for the grass had scarcely begun to grow between the pieces of sod. With feverish haste, I began clawing at the mound and scraping the wet earth from the hole left by the removal of the grass and roots. How long I worked in the nitrous soil before my fingers struck the coffin lid, I can never say, but sweat was pouring from me, and my nails were but useless, bleeding hooks. At last, I threw out the last bit of loose earth, and with trembling fingers, tugged on the heavy lid. It gave a trifle, and I was prepared to lift it completely open when a fetid and nauseous odor assailed my nostrils. I started erect, horrified. Had some idiot placed my tombstone on the wrong grave, causing me to unearth another body? For surely there could be no mistaking that awful stench. Gradually, a hideous uncertainty came over me, and I scrambled from the hole. One look at the newly made headpiece was enough. This was indeed my own grave, but what fool had buried within it another corpse? All at once a bit of the unspeakable truth propelled itself upon my brain. The odor, in spite of its putrescence, seemed somehow familiar, horribly familiar. Yet I could not credit my senses with such an idea. Reeling and cursing, I fell into the black cavity once more, and by the aid of a hastily lit match, lifted the long lid completely open. Then the light went out, as if extinguished by a malignant hand, and I crawled my way out of that accursed pit, screaming in a frenzy of fear and loathing. When I regained consciousness, I was lying before the door of my own ancient manor, where I must have crawled after that hideous rendezvous in the family cemetery. I realized that dawn was close at hand, and rose feebly, opening the age portal before me and entering the place which had known no footsteps for over a decade. A fever was ravaging my weakened body, so that I was hardly able to stand, but I made my way slowly through the musty, dimly lit chambers and staggered into my own study, the study I had deserted so many years before. When the sun had risen, I shall go to the ancient well beneath the old willow tree by the cemetery and cast my deformed self into it. No other man shall ever view this blasphemy which has survived life longer than it should have. I do not know what people will say when they see my disordered grave, but this will not trouble me if I can find oblivion from that which I beheld amidst the crumbling, moss-crusted stones of the hideous place. I know now why Andrews was so secretive in his actions, so damnably gloating in his attitude toward me after my artificial death. He had meant me for a specimen all the time, a specimen of his greatest feat of surgery, his masterpiece of unclean witchery, an example of perverted artistry for him alone to see. Where Andrews obtained that other with which I lay accursed in his mouldering mansion, I shall probably never know, but I am afraid that it was brought from Haiti along with his fiendish medicine. At least, these long hairy arms and horrible short legs are alien to me, alien to all natural and sane laws of mankind. The thought that I shall be tortured with that other during the rest of my brief existence is another hell. Now I can but wish for that which once was mine, that which every man blessed of God ought to have at death, that which I saw in that awful moment in the ancient burial ground where I raised the lid on the coffin, my own shrunken, decayed, and headless body. Alright, how about that? That was an interesting one. Hope you enjoyed The Disinterment by Rimmel and Lovecraft. A pretty interesting one there. Pretty cool. The Disinterment. Pretty interesting. Let me check out a quick couple videos. What the heck? Alright. We will carry on then. Yeah, pretty funny to Tangle Tuesday here when Roots of the Dread chapter happened to come out DVD. We will save that for another time, updated here in a bit. But yeah, Roots of Dread just happened to be Tangle Tuesday. So already planning to name it that, so pretty fun there. We'll get to some Blackwake maybe in a few minutes. Call of Cthulu shortly as well. Keep up that Lovecraft fun elements. For now, we're going to do a little bit more Diablo Immortal. So, keep it going. If you enjoyed the fun story. And we'll see what else soon. Many other things to discuss and talk about, but for now... Frozen Tundra. Old Growth. Oh, that's my server. Alright, looking good for that. Diablo Immortal, even though it says failed, update the game, it's lying. So don't worry about that. Alrighty. Looking good though. Let's head on over to the live scene for a bit. A nice time there with that an interment story. Pretty interesting twist and all to that. Not too bad. Alright, let's get those headphones in. Get a tad bit easier for you to hear, for everything to be properly displayed. And we also do have voice mod to be used anytime, even after the story. That's fine too. Absolutely. Alright. Let's see here. Continuing on with the Old Growth funny server I'm in. Play at least a few minutes daily stuff. And we could get to Blackwake, Call of Cthulhu. But it's nice to do a few things here and there. Alright, well we have a couple people here.
We march together.
Well, that was quick. We accept that right away. Made my own warband as well. Just the one member so far. Uh-oh. Applications? Yeah, of course. Of course I will accept you into the warband. Anyway, I don't know how many can fit, but certainly enough. We don't need to do anything else there. Announcements, descriptions. Welcome, welcome. Still learning how a few of these things. Oh, private. What's the point of a private chat in there? Anyway. What's the difference for challenge drift again? I do not know. Different levels. Okay. Let's get in there. Oh, he's dead. He joined the party, but he's dead. What? That doesn't make sense. He's probably AFK then. But why would he automatically join the party if he's AFK? I am so confused about all of this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's AFK. We do not want to waste any time with that, so... I used to be able to switch the chat really easy, Diablo 3. Why is that different here? Alright, well, he's dead for now. Something. So... ah. This is weird. This is very weird. He's a little higher level, not too much. This is a strange. Oh, great. He made it. Alright, carry on. Alright, we're good then. Let's go. Mysterious main hand weapon for that first kill of the day. We'll have to identify that, I guess. Where'd it go? Oh, I have to claim it. That's right. Let me take a look. Oh, just a yellow. Oh. Legendaries. The foul creature. Alright, audio balancing's pretty good. Just let me know if any adjustments for you guys. Fun time with that Lovecraft Tale. Keep it up here. Diablo. 2 other adventures. Sure. That will be just fine. Zarish flower. All small game, bring me the elites. Use that conduit orb if there's no enemies. Oh, there he is. That was good. Chaos. To the next, that was simple. Is he in my warband? I don't know. Don't think so. Do not want to lead my own warband. How do I invite him to that? Oh well. Good enough. Not sure what he's in common for me, but it's going fine. Super Mars, my friend. I don't know. Anyway, on to the next. We're fine for now. Oh, better ring. Straight to the next, I guess. Simple enough so far. I might as well keep doing challenge levels until we're done, you know. So I'm trying to message at the same time. Did I get you guys any silly stuff? Just messaging potato. Need to distracted from the good games, desktop stuff. I mean, basic stuff. Just staying in the good story, the good atmosphere. It's already in my clan, that's where I know it from. So it's good working together, but if we were in the warband together, we'd get that camp cred or whatever, because you have to be in the party of the warband. For shooting new stuff like that, it's all this new system of the game. There's a champion. Rush. I'm getting totally overwhelmed. That doesn't happen very often. But now it did. Bit off more than I could chew, as it were. That would be fine. Oh, that's nasty. Molten. I see Flayed again. This is definitely the nastier bosses I've seen. There we go. First completion reward. Good stuff. Well done. So far, so good. Getting a little tougher, so we're gonna see how far we can make it. So far, it's been pretty straightforward and easy. We'll keep going. Be just. Alrighty then. Looking good. Maybe a necromancer actually. Oh, cool. Crusader. That was easy. Yeah, nothing too bad so far. These ones on. Tadpole, Gnar, Demon, Beast. There you go. Look at all these guys. Yeah, pretty easy clan to join there is the namesake of the game. Definitely pretty easy. Honestly. Fun stuff, Alucard. Back against the wall here. Ooh. Should probably pack a little bit better punch than me just from level than gear at that point. Going to not too bad. Catch up on these challengers. Share some bounties with them. Reforged stone. You've already accepted 17 bounties today. That's funny. Anyway. Going fine. No reason to go trapped. Yeah, that's basic stuff, yeah. Pretty basic stuff so far. Okay. Good enough there. Check messages. Boom, 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 boom. Keep it up with it. Party till we can't get anymore. We'll come back more Diablo Immortal soon. It's just, yeah, that level cap is a little annoying. So it's nice to have someone to play with right now, this. Funny bounty system there, but it's whatever.
Such evil cannot be tolerated.
Such evil. Double elites here. Oh boy. That could be a problem. They disconnected. You crazy? Are you crazy? Did they actually just leave? They left. Maybe they crashed. I probably don't want to do that alone. I mean, I don't know if the difficulty is adjusted at all. I don't really know how that works in this one. They make it obvious for Diablo 3, but health spikes and all greater rifts and the rest. I might not want to do this alone. Should we try anyway? I don't know. That's weird. They just totally crash. Strange. Well, they left at a bad time.
The light is glorious indeed.
Oh wait, they're here. Huh. They just left the voice chat. I don't even know how that works either. Interesting time of that, though. Certainly.
Not ready.
Keep an eye on my health. Don't want that. And they're AFK again. Get this sucker going in and out of the game. Bad connection for them, maybe. Nice and quick riffs, so much quicker than Diablo 3 for the most part. Nice and condensed. Looks like her summons are tanking the skull. Most of them. It's fine. Progress. We are clearing out these challenge rifts left and right. Wow. Not too bad. The Mesa Sky. Interesting people. Oh, no reason to stop. High quality item. Good dynamic duo font. There's really no reason to stop, so I crashed. Ah.
Fury upon you.
Holy shit! That acid is burning me up there. Oh, you don't get instant health back, the health potion. Who's next? Molten. Ah! Dragging it along. Dangerous. Oh, man. That guy was tough. Tough spider champion. Dangerous. Finally saw that I'm in Danger Simpsons Family Guy. Original one is from, I probably saw it years ago, I just forgot what it was. Alright, there we go. Alright, champion here, another spider. Just my luck. Arachnophobia on this level. Oh man, there's two champions. That might be a little too tough. Oh, watch for them. Better watch out. Death Spider is coming to town. Oh. Not trying to die for my first time besides being bugged. Unless they are really that... Oh, she died? Yeah, they got it. The Sentry, yeah. That has killed many of my characters. Is it difficult? Purple laser beam. They call it arcane sentries, so yeah. That is the correct term. Oh! Laser beams, death rays. Oh, there he goes. Cool. There we go. That's a little bit. Oh man, a lot of madness. Akarat with Kakarat. The other champion. I think they didn't go together too bad. And it's another Molten. It's nasty. Absolutely. Oh, look at her spirit walk. That's cool. Got a oh, that's the door. Just the doorway. Just little mob here. So I'll clear it out. Conduit. That'll cut through them. What have we got this time? Crusader King, maybe? No. Zoltan Sandshare. Interesting. There's my frisbee. Always like to throw shields like they're frisbee. Hope the audio balance is decent for you guys. I think my mic's a little louder than the game. The game is loud enough though, but not too overpowering, right? Should be a good balance. Oh dear. What we got here? Moon has multiple health instances. Be just fine. All right. Wow. She died that time, and she's even higher level than me, so we're definitely getting to the more challenging ones. I think we'll go as far as we can. Maybe even try one twice. If we both die. I don't think you actually fail it if you just can't get it in time, so we could spend the whole 15 minutes dying like 20 times and reviving for a longer death penalty every time and still beat it, so. And you can still finish it even if you don't do it in time, I think. Most rifts. Oh, higher monster difficulty? What the hell are these levels? It doesn't say what level they are. We probably want to kill them now because they will get so stacked up in numbers they'll just swarm us. If you have movement abilities you can get around it, but I don't know. We do want to kill most of them here. Oh, that's a lot of elites, so yeah. Let's hold off on that for oh shit, I'm walled. I'm actually walled. Oh, I'm dead, yeah. I'm dead. First time I died without being bugged. The wall is a killer. Walls have been terrible in hardcore mode. On a staircase like this, shit. Yeah, we have to pull like one at a time. That's the only time we can do this. Thankfully, we're not hardcore characters yet, so we're not gonna die for nothing. Rifts are a likely place to die, though, in actual hardcore. Diablo 3 and the rest, because, you know, campaign if you don't have the level good, but still, rifts you get more dangerous combinations like this in the wild and certain terrain like that when you're on a staircase and they wall you in like that. I don't even know what level these guys are, so. Yeah, wallers are one of those most deadly. You get the frozen little freeze thing and the wall combination, stuff like that, or the poison ground even. There's nothing you can do unless you have the right movement abilities. For me, I only have the one movement ability. And this is less abilities than Diablo 3, so you have to balance it a bit better. But it's nothing we can't handle. I might have died. We'll come back. It's natural. Natural. Oh no, totally laser here. Woo! Oh my goodness. See if we can't do another one past this. It seems like this is a good stopping point for now. I'd say so. Finally getting some good challenge. It's the most challenging we've seen in the game so far. So. Just from the challenge rifts. Do the regular rifts too, but these ones seem to be a good one to progress in. I don't know if the other ones go to your level or how it works. What you need, I don't need that gem. Got several gems like that, you know. Several of these four gems right now. Pretty good amount. And the regular gems too is just the legendary. Undone Bless Spewer. Never heard of that. Frisbee through all of them. That's a lot of numbers. That's the right type of math. Demon Carnage. The right type of math. Demon Slayage. Carry on. I got trapped again, man. Nothing I can do when I just get trapped like that. Holy. That's interesting. I don't know if there's any durability in this one, so you don't have to repair. That's nice. There's always durability in the others, so that is a nice thing to not worry about. Diablo 3 had durability, die 10% damage every time. So that's good, don't have to worry about that. One less thing to worry about. Watch out, catastrophic. Very good stuff. Clear them out. Very nice. These guys on the side here. Wow! Pretty good. Perdition. That was also in the Diablo thing. Perdition. Already. There was Act 4 boss. I'm trying to remember his name. Is Despair or something like that. Despair against hope. Is annoying. I keep clicking on it by accident. Yes, I know it's very difficult. How do you keep the mind? Oh, holy shit. I'm gonna die during my ultimate. That'll be good. Yeah, I actually died during my ultimate. Oh man. Yeah, I think we'll probably stop on this one. Save that number 7 next time. In a few levels at least. We got it. Oh my goodness, that was something. Alright, maybe just do a bounty here before we move on to our other adventures, but that was interesting. Yeah, that was level 7, so beyond a level 8. It doesn't really tell you what level requirement or anything. What level expectancy. In the regular rift, I guess you can just do anytime, but good for now. That one seems to be pretty stacked to your level, pretty balanced. Good night, clanmate. check the battleborn. Maybe just do... Oh, I could do the progress for this. I do the warband camp. For that you need 10,000 kills with party member from the warband, so new members here. Yeah, 10,000 monsters to clear the campgrounds. Monsters in a party with warband members, so that's elaborate. Back to the main campaign. Soon, hopefully. What is this? Something else? Oh boy. Seal the remains. Oh, I did get that recently. Alright.
Hey there. It's good to see you.
This will salvage.
Goodbye.
Except for the gloves.
What do you need, friend? You do the fighting, I'll do the forging. What do you need, friend? Be safe, all right? Hey there. It's good to see you.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Reliquary. New slot for that. Great. Yes, yes. Thank you, Drew. Hellfire Scoria. So the Hellfire Club shirt. Well, we tell Kane about it. Alright. Fair enough. Cool stuff here. The White Tree of Gondor. Just about. Good old Kane. Wrathbone, Wrathbone. Literally make me go back and forth. That's kind of silly. Well, we do it now. I don't have to do it again later. Really annoying. You do multiple characters because you want to play them, but you have to do all this silly quest. Detect the Wrathbone demon. There he is. Symbol of group of 8 and enter LaSalle's sanctum. You actually have to get a party of 8? You can only do 4 at a time. What? I don't know what is talking about with that, but we can do a raid later. Yeah, it'll be a raid later, so alright, we'll see about that in a bit. And we'll see. Alright, but for now, let me enable Discord in Diablo so it'll work. You have to turn them on most of the time. Work on display capture. It might be more hard for it to work on display capture. That's annoying. Okay, well. Call of Cthulhu after a little Blackwake. Could do a lot of Call of Cthulhu. Could take a little break, come back to it, we'll see. For now, though, looking fine for that. And Hoping to get the overlay working, but it doesn't seem to work for this quite yet, so doesn't actually detect it as a game basically. So no game detected. What are you playing? Diablo Immortal. Add game. Huh, that's nice, you can add it manually. Cool. Alright, so now it's on. How do I get it to work? Just want the overlay on. There we go. And it came in. It is working right there. Basically. Yes. Alright then. Ready for some Blackwake then. We'll pick it up with Diablo soon. Nothing else to get to for now. We gotta reach level 40. These other things. And get that raid. That'll be the first raid. 8-man raid. That'll be interesting as well. Usually pretty fun for those. See different storyline things within it. We've got a few other things. Free daily rewards. Good to get that. Claim everything else is needed later. Daenerys say. Oh, that's good. Can't seem to do a message and an emote. There she is. Daenerys in the Targaryen warband. Well, that worked out. That worked out just fine. Alright, good then for now. Paragon, Immortal stuff come later. Interesting for now. I was trying that reaction thing. But they are in, we accepted them for now. Whoops. Alright, anyway. Looking good. We'll pick it up here soon. Let's get to a bit of Blackwake with Potato again. And we'll see other stuff soon. Alright, pretty good time for there for now. We'll play a little round of Blackwake or so. And maybe we'll take a little break, then we'll come back for Call of Cthulhu. Enjoy that for a good bit. That seems like a good plan for the evening since Alucard last chatted an hour and a half ago. And we will be fine. But let's get in a bit of Blackwake. See about that. It was fun yesterday. See if we can continue to do as well tonight. Some really fun moments there yesterday. We were ambushing them, jumping on the ship, sabotaging them. We were shooting them with the cannons, doing everything we were supposed to do. And I even tried captaining for a little bit at the start. That was definitely interesting too. I don't remember ever really piloting the ship too much, so that was pretty good. Do maybe a 3-man ship later soon, but for now we'll see. Seemed like the servers were pretty good there last night too, so keep that up. It was a good time of it. You see the little ship and all. It was pretty fun. Pirates and all the rest. Great stuff. Alright, let us see. Load in, don't know what server he's in. We were just like coordinating it last time. Discord, which was fine. Loading up here, I guess. Alright. Party tag. Seemed like it was working. Usually there's a friends tab too, but he's not in it yet. Alright, what do we got tonight? This late? Yeah, I guess not as many as yesterday. Alright, we'll probably do our own server then, as long as we can get half decent ping. Chicago, is that the best we can do? Alright, Chicago, just like, I'm playing last night was, Swabby Oasis. That one was fine. 135, this one's a little better. Alright, let's join up that one and take a look. Get started here. For Potato to join. Pirate swords and all is fun. Definitely. Okay then. Let's see if we can get accustomed to the boat. I'm gonna do the hand mortar, and you can also do a grenade instead of the. Yeah, these are some good ones. Boarding pipe, that sounds fun. Yeah, you can do a bomb instead of the healing. So you can be more out of the tomahawk, probably not brain damage on a stick. This one is good, expose the ship cannon firing, but the health is always good, so if you want to try the grenade, but not while I'm using the mortar, that's just overkill, so do that, and there's no tool to change. Right. Alright, that'll be fun. Alright, let's get some practice in. We are full screen. Junk, yeah, I've always wanted to fly a junk. Grunge, is that how dirty it is? Can't really notice that much, but a little bit. That's funny. Alright, the Targaryen galleon, all aboard and set sail.
Let's fly!
Alright.
No need to ask twice.
Captain is the same voice, right? So, no T in that. Alright, interesting junk. People don't usually use these. Here's the pirate flag. Alright. That will be just fine. Alright then, let's practice steering a bit. The open seas. Yeah, an interesting little sunroof we got here. There's actually pretty good controls and graphics and all. They did do a good job making it simple yet effective and fun. And interesting. Don't run her ashore. That was good. I'm gonna learn how to back up. It was really hard to back up yesterday. You don't actually damage on the sea bank. That's nice. Sandbank. Look at all these silly crew here. Almost. That worked that time. And mortar, I would actually damage my own ship, I'm pretty sure. So we don't need to do that. Let's take a look at that boarding pike. That sounded interesting. Whoa, look at the flag. Yeah, the boarding pike is my new. Just a spear. And you can block, which is nice. Blocking seems kind of useful. I never blocked yesterday, so. Or every time I played it before stream, so. So that's good. We'll experiment with that a bit. Poke some people. Hope the Navy, man. Alright. Go to this other island. Whatever that is. There goes the flag. There goes the flag. Time of that.
We're firing on port side. Get ready. Let's fly. Let's fly. Let's fly. Let's fly. Fire.
They won't fire without a target, so that's good, I guess. Nice you could have enemy bots at least. Let's see what's over here though. Slow, medium, fast, and stopped. That's good too. Hungarian ships just like the show. They're pretty impressive. Get on over to that island. Boom, boom, boom. Well, actually, sail automatically, which is nice. That's good. Discipline the crew. My pokey stick. The grenade. Get to the island. Maroon ourselves on the island. Back to the ship in a bit. It is decent graphics. They did a pretty good job. That's kind of weird, but so goes the shore. Oh, and the grass. Do like the color of the water and the stormy sunlight. Interesting. Alright then. Nice time of that. All the way to the enemy dock islands. Potato, I guess. Left for now, so we will, since we can't make any robots in the game here, I'll maybe just join European server or whatever, or see if there is any like single player bot stuff to do for a few minutes. They take a little intermission, come back, Call of Cthulhu. We'll see. Force D3, D9, Force GFX direct. Interesting. But you get a bit of little pirate stuff there, it is fun. Alright, we got some good stats yet. A few things. Cutter. Plastic. Nose repair, that's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of good things. Ah, KD is actually pretty good. 54, 53. Use the musket a bit, the knock, the ammo is really silly pistol, regular pistol. Bottle, got a good amount of cutlass kills. I should come back to that. I expect you to get kills with everything, so. Let's see what's on bar. Alright, the tutorial is just really basic, shows you how to move and all. Can't even close the stats screen. That's sweet. There we go. So we do have Australia, 200 ping. That's kind of rough. There we have, that was the one I just was in. No, that's somebody else here. Ultimate Culinary. Let's see. If you will play a little bit. This is a cool map, night map.
Oh, the Queen! Let's fly!
Try out that loadout. Can I remember how to type? That's annoying.
Let's fly!
It's not telling me if I'm typing or not. There we go, I wasn't in full screen. Alright, let's go. To be Navy this time, oh well. Zebek bombs. Fancy stuff. All the grunge. It's funny.
For freedom! Affirmative! You're welcome, good
He
sir.
left already. Oh man. Oh well. Still, there's a lot of people on at like the peak hours in the evening last night, but this late, I guess not. Alright, back to it soon. Good bit of fun. For now. Very interesting. Pick it up in a little bit though, and yeah, I'll come back for some Call of Cthulhu tonight. May as well enjoy that a good bit. We got Alucard signing for chat for the night. So let's come back here in a few. I will see you then. That will be good fun. Catch you then, guys. Back in a little bit. Alright.
River rising, summer rain, fall migration, back again. Berries, blood course through my veins. Raise your glass, your voice in praise, and sing, and sing, and sing. Raise your voice in praise. Carolina, choking vine, springtime's blossom past its prime. Ash to ash and grape to wine. Raise your glass, your voice in time, and sing, and sing, and sing. Raise your voice in praise and sing, and sing, and sing. Raise your voice in praise and sing, and sing, and sing. Raise your voice in praise and sing, and sing, and sing. Raise your voice in praise. Stalks are waving, August heat, dry and brittle, gone to seed. When I die, my cradle be. Just raise your glass, sing glory.
What's good? See here.
Alrighty then, we are back to it, looking fine, and we shall see. Good for now. Few good things here. Alright, let's take a look. Potato, potato, are you with me? Hello.
What's good?
There he is, the guy. Took a shower today too. Ha ha ha. Still thinks I'm
Very
on
nice.
Blackwake, even though I'm not. Isn't that funny? Stream avatars makes it look like you're still in the game. Anyway, let's get on back to it. So yeah, not many people on online at this time, but we can still do something.
Oh yeah, 2 a.m.
I'm not thinking you want to join an Australian server.
Oh, we got a server with 7. It's not too bad.
Which region though?
Australian.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Damn.
What?
A lot of ping.
You want to try that, or you just want to go to our own? Get started. There was one guy earlier on the Chicago.
Ping shouldn't affect us too
West.
much on a damn ship.
Yeah. All right. All right. Do you do the
Joining
party
Small
tag?
Crew 7.
Do you want to try the? Oh, you're already in the server. Okay. We'll try the party tag.
Oh, I
every
can't
time.
join that one.
All right, you're in gaming Black.
Large crew,
Australia.
1 out of 13.
Are you
Pirate.
Navy or Pirates?
Pirate.
Got it. Alright, looking good. Great.
Load up musket.
Let's check it out.
The hand mortar is so much fun, but I'm gonna try the musket.
Yeah, I
out.
was gonna try that today, and I also had the boarding pike for the melee. Boarding pike. And we could do a grenade instead of a bomb, but yeah, I'm gonna try
And the
that.
grenade is by far my favorite.
Grenade. Alright. We have a captain, or we are our own crew?
You got a giant fucking ponytail.
Oh, it's over. We'll get the next
The
round.
first game.
I gotta go full screen so I can actually see that. Oh, that's a lot of people for streaming. Score 1 million. Oh, it's server best. Yeah, you actually got that
Yeah, I don't know how
leaderboard
that's
yesterday.
possible.
Look at that Patrick thing. Seahorse. Alright, we good.
Oh, our ping is not too bad.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like over 200.
Decent enough. Alright, siege. Yes, let's go to siege.
What is that?
It's just the Navy fort, so it's almost all on the fort. There's not much in the open ocean. They attack from the ocean, but then they get like into the fort. Oh, we're doing it. Alright, pirates,
Which
small crew pirates. We already started there. They're actually in my name tag, maybe. That'll work. Ghostly apparition, my webcam right now. Looks kind of funny. With the Bear Clan. Alright. Let's get over there. I want to try the broken bottle too. I haven't used this the pike yet. Don't care. Rating, oh my god, look at my rating. What happened to my rating? I didn't know you had a rating. Are we voting for each other? That's funny. Oh, we care at this
vote
point.
for your captain. You can vote on yourself, lol.
I know. Oh. Alright, let's do it. So I think we have to defend or attack. I don't know.
We're
Attack the. Oh yeah,
pirates.
Navy's
We're
defending. So we have to get there and then we have to attack. Oh, thank you, Dab Izunagi.
I wish you could punch him.
Izunagi Dragon Champion, welcome to the Roost, man. Great to see you. Get back to some core keeper soon.
Let fly!
How are you doing tonight, man? You made it. Did I stream late enough for you? That's good. Alright, let's go. Thank you very much for the sub, man.
Give me orders for these grapple hooks.
Alright, sure. I don't think we'll need them because there's no Navy ships, but...
Starboard! Get
Just got
ready
done with
to
work.
grapple!
Good stuff. Great to see you there, Dragon Champion. Izunagi with your lovely yellow dino. Looking fantastic, man. Sorry about that. We are approaching 2,000 hours stream tomorrow.
Oh, we're about to run to an island.
Potato with no... Oh, we are.
Big one too.
Oh, the rocks, shit. That's alright. I don't think there's...
Wow, we
I don't
just
think...
bounced off.
I don't think the land damage is much. Just the enemy ships. Alright. We bounced off the rock. Thank you so much, Izunagi. Will, welcome to the Roost. Glad you had a good day at the dairy or such, my friend. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Roost for the very first time. We're celebrating 2,000 hours stream tomorrow. We'll probably announce that for Friday. 12 hours stream. Alright, I'm here, sir. Oh shit. We have to get on the castle. These are pirates. Oh shit, never mind.
Let me hit him.
Who the heck are these?
Let him have it!
What?
That's Navy shit. I thought there was only this shit.
Fire!
I'm gonna try and hit him
Let's
with a
blow him
grapple.
away with grape shots! Starboard side!
Alright, I got a captain. Do you wanna...
The grapple shot.
Our starboard cannons need some grapples in them!
have to get close for that to work?
Fire!
Holy shit. I feel like my captain is so vulnerable.
Our ship needs repairs!
We need the pumps going. Start the pump. Oh my god.
Alright.
Get the grapple on.
Let him have it!
This isn't good.
Oh,
Ah!
shit.
That was fast. I think we need the pump.
Did we
really
not have any
quick.
bombs?
I don't know. What was going on? I mean, we do. They're not doing anything. Damn.
Yeah, I was having the fire for them. That was weird.
Sorry about that. You can take over captain if you want. Oh, thank you though, Will. Great to see you. How's it been, man? Back to Core Keeper soon. A little potato here. Get some Call of Cthulhu tonight. We did a nice Lovecraft Tales earlier. Quick little intermission. Got some Diablo Immortal. I want to try the junk. I like the junk. Let's go.
Board their ship!
Alright, I'll get us there. Better luck this time. Can't sail during construction? What the hell are you building?
Give us orders. Give us orders.
It says I can't sail and it's being built.
Can you give us orders for grapple?
I can't move. It says it's being
Weird
built still.
looking shit.
It's a junk, yeah. It's like the Chinese. How do we already have a hole?
We're
Oh
getting
my
shot
God,
at by
alright.
some other
Oh god.
grapples.
For the
That's,
king! Pack some grape shot into those starboard cannons!
Grapple shot.
Load starboard cannons with grapples!
Goodness. It's only the one cruise. They're not letting us to the fort, which is... Yeah, I think fort is meant
How
for
do I grapple
more
on the
people.
left
So.
side?
Hello, Marsh. Good to see you. Marsh, you're not a champion at the moment. Good to see you, Dragon Knight. I got some subs for you. I'm working in progress. We'll get it better than. And yeah, it kind of is.
Hello there, Mr. Marsh. Welcome back to the Dragon's Roost, Steve.
Sound of the cannons!
I got grapples on the left side. Of
I tried to do a little sound effects for you. It's a work in progress.
Turn hard
But you are the first one I did it, so we're working on that. Good to see you, Marsh. Thinking of you lately, man. Glad you could make it. It is a little bit to these, but got that bear cliff.
Sound of the cannons!
Oh, we actually hit them. That's good.
Can we get the left side of the ship at him? We're about to run
Alright,
to an island again.
Oh god. Alright. Awaken.
Oh.
Fire the cannons!
Alright, you ready?
Yeah, this is the right side of the ship, but
There we go.
Fire the cannons!
Yes! There we go. Blow them to shit.
Forward,
I'm putting bombs
lads!
on there.
Oh my god.
Charge!
all of it.
I got him all with that. Oh my god.
Forward,
Oh,
lads!
blunderbuss. I'll get that counted, you son of a bitch. How
Steal
dare you?
yourselves! We're ramming!
How dare you? Maybe, yeah, it's a little more simple, you could say. Got him! Damn bastard. I got him. Fire all the cannons in. It's a bit simple, Marsh. It's a $5 game now. It used to be like early access other stuff like that. How's it been though, Marsh? Good to see you. Welcome back.
Attack!
2 days. 2,000 hours
Give
tomorrow.
grapple up on that, but that was some shit.
Maybe.
Our starboard cannons need some grapples in them!
Oh, we're moving. They should have been beat up the next one.
The pike. I got him with the pike. Oh, they're dead. Good. Can we sink them?
Alright, turn.
We have to go back.
so we
Okay.
can-
Yeah. We gotta get to the fort though. That's the objective.
I guess
Don't
these
just
guys
stand there!
feel the
Fix our
boat.
ship!
It's the other way. This is our base. Oh, yeah, see if these more fantasy elements, I guess, right, Mike? Oh man. Alright, let's get a little light in here. Good to see you guys. Just got a new sub from Izunagi. Pop in when fair weather like that.
Go on the right
That's
side of the
great.
ship. We need to shoot
Long time
outside.
friend of
For the
5 years
queen!
such.
Our starboard
Oh.
cannons need
Turn
some
right,
grapples
turn
in
right.
them!
Glad to see you there, and yeah, we have a few working on it, but we'll get a better one for you soon.
Mr. Marsh, welcome back
Fire
to
the
Diablo
cannons!
Try to do a little sound effect, but it didn't come through, so I'll get a better for you sooner. Some actual elephant sound.
Hell yes! Well done, mateys!
I mean, Sea of Thieves does. This one has none, from what I know, except maybe just silly things, jokes to it, comedic things.
For the queen!
Yeah, how goes the real estate? We're gonna include that, maybe your special message there. But yeah, very exciting. Grand Champion Will just got done with work himself. There you go. You just killed them all. Now they can't spawn,
He's in
so
the front.
yeah, it's right there.
Bad shot after all!
How did I not hit him?
I avenge you at least. Oh man.
For the queen!
We sunk him.
Release the
Very
grapple
nice.
up. There they go.
Yeah, the mermaids and all the skeletons and all that, of course. The pirates. Alright, there's our friends, yes, Dr. Doom.
Yes!
Alright, grapple order again.
Alright,
Oh shit.
Get ready to fire grapples from starboard!
we gotta get to the fort. That's a pirate, that's our friend.
Holy shit, I almost grappled him.
Alright.
Get
Going on.
ready
Yeah,
to
it's
fire
all PvP. There's
grapples from
bots like help you with the
starboard!
ship a little bit, but no, all the enemies. We have a 6th place over the moment. We just got a 3rd. And this is actually the fort mode, so we're trying to get to the fort and attack it. We just dealt with some navy initially. Oh, that's the freaking bomb towers.
Grapple on both sides.
Yeah, some pretty good graphics. We got the little webcam for it too, so good fun.
Holy
Good to see you,
shit.
Marsh. We'll get you a
That's a
better
lot
one
of
here
cannonballs.
very soon.
Hello there, Mr. Marsh. Welcome back to the Dragon's Roost, Steve.
And thank you, Izu, for the nightly sub goal. And 2,000 hours tomorrow, actually, Marsh. I'll average it out, you know, for a little intermission and other behind-the-scenes stuff, but it's going great.
Attack!
Playing with Potato. Glad you can make a potato. Go to some Call of Cthulu after. But for now, we are on to the fort.
You want to fight me? You're off your rocker!
Alright, we gotta get in there. There's the ladders right here. Just jump ship and go to the ladders. We're on to the shore. We'll get back to the show. Yeah, we have to get on. We have to storm it on foot. It's snowing, which is interesting. Alright, so now you have to like capture a certain objective or a certain zone or something. I think you have to break the... Oh, you have to carry the barrels, actually. There's explosive barrels. It's a little hard with only 3 of them. Alright, use gate. We need explosives. Must escort explosives from dock. So grab the explosives once you get
I'm
here
pushing
on the
them down.
dock. Yeah, they're down here on me, actually, so... There's a guy in the rock. I got that in there. Oh, God. Idiot shots left. It's pretty comical, honestly, Marsh, but it gets fun with little big servers. A lot of people. We're on Australian server right now, so lucky to play it all. Alright, I'm coming back. Good luck, Potato. I'll have to sail back to you.
God. Didn't stand a chance.
Duckfoot. The Duckfoot has like 10 shots in it. It's weird. Oh my goodness.
I need to change the loadout.
Yeah.
I guess you can't.
I'd beat the shite out of you, but there'd be nothing left!
Dr. Doom and level 613 join their team. Oh my goodness. As if they needed any more help.
Attack! Charge! Fire the cannons!
These mortar ships are nasty.
I was going straight at us.
So you have to bring explosives to the
Oh my
oh. You have to bring explosives from the dock to the gate. That's how you reach the gate. There's someone on the freaking. Oh my god. He's already waiting for us yet. Bastard. Oh, no chance there. Yeah, they just spawn camping. This isn't fair. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. But it is pretty fun now and then. Marge tried to be there. Thank you, Izzy. You'll get a nice day at work. Thank you for the sub. Great to see you. Welcome to the Roost. Year and a half later.
You gotta turn around.
Someone get on fixing this thing!
Turn around.
I'm trying.
I believe it's better to lower the speed than turn around because it makes you have a much larger turn radius if you're moving faster. Kind of like in real life.
Yeah. Hello. We gotta kill some of them in the initial bridge, then get the explosive barrel. Alright, we got Dr. Jim. Oh, I think we were switching team. We got the level 600 on our team because I asked him to switch team.
My 600 needs to leave.
No, I got him to come to our side. Oh.
For freedom!
Alright, here we go. Now we'll be able to actually. Oh god.
Man, I'm dead.
Heal. Use the rum. Alright, get ready.
R.
Yeah.
Port side, prepare yourselves!
Alright, let's do a drive-by on them, and then we'll then we'll jump ship. Alright, knock them off the spawn, please. Don't let them camp us. Oh, there's that freaking mortar.
Sound of the cannon!
Oh, what's that bastard? Oh my goodness! Just keep spawn camping it. Not really fair.
Yeah, can you make me camp?
Alright, sure. Just give me a minute.
Oh yeah, we're song.
Alright, let's go.
Onward to
Is this the
victory!
only ship we can have?
You can build one. Alright, there we go. Now we're doing the right. Thank you. I'll push this one. There we go. Now we're on the right side. Funny, funny, funny.
Do you sorry sacks of birds and blood think you're hard enough to take me?
Oh my goodness.
For freedom!
Alright, got it.
Attack! Do you sorry sacks of birds and blood think you're hard enough to take me? Get some grip shot in the port side cannons! We need to complete the objective!
Alright, we made it. Good stuff. Thank you, Izu. Good to see you, Marsh.
For honor!
Okay, yeah. I hit him. The mortar.
I'll be there very soon.
For the king!
We gotta stop our boat somewhere.
We're almost
So,
to the gate, so come to the gate if you can. I don't think hipfire is very good in this game, from what I've told.
For
Alright,
honor!
we got the gate.
They just destroyed my ship as soon as they did. I guess the game's over or something?
Hipfire. No, we're on the fort. We need you to come to
I'm
this side.
respawning. Oh, I'm here. I'm behind you. I got the grenade launcher for this.
There we go. That'll work.
Did you W?
I got it.
How far did you go in there?
And that past the gate, the top.
For freedom!
The only good pirate is a dead pirate. I think so. Piracy. There's some better action.
For freedom! Charge!
Alright, now we have to go... Yeah, up there somewhere.
I'm at the
catch
flag.
I'll
Is this
catch
it?
up to
Oh
you.
yeah, I'm capturing it.
Yep, there you go. You're still at
For the
2.
king!
Oh no.
You one shot me with a fucking musket.
I don't know if hipfire is good at all. It seems like you do need to aim down sights. Unless it's the one that you can't, like the blunderbuss. Or the shotgun type. Oh, you killed him at high level. Oh no, he blooded to death.
For freedom! Ah! Do you sorry sacks of birds and blood think you're hard enough to take me?
Capture this stuff. They're swarming me. How many did they get?
I'll see ya in hell.
Ridiculous. Alright, reinforcements.
For freedom!
The hand mortar on the ship better, but I can use it here too. It's where there's no
Holy
objective
shit, this
marker.
musket takes a year to reload.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the old style. Oh, you got him though.
Double kill.
Nice. Oh, the axe, yes. Alright, I'm coming. Support you.
Fall back, it's no use! Do you sorry sacks of birds and blood think you're
Blunderbuss. I don't know why I would switch weapons. That makes sense. That's how this level usually goes. Oh, there's the duck foot. That was funny. Why would holding right click like that switch weapon?
Oh,
Maybe I did the
so
mouse
close.
thing. Yeah.
The
Who do
musket's
you
not
think you're
reliable at
kidding with a
all.
war face
Gotta-
like that? You don't scare me.
direction.
Get out of here with your ugly
Oh,
mug.
man. That was fine. Thank you, Izu. Good to see you, Marsh. Yeah, full PvP. Izunagi champion.
I'm gonna try to tomahawk out.
It's stuff, Mr. Izunagi. Welcome you, most recent
Have you
champion.
used a tomahawk?
Give it a try, not in a while, yeah. Dab Sturgis. Looking great, man. Okay,
These guys
let's
are defending
redeem
us for
ourselves.
fucking 9 bro.
Bastards.
Ugh.
That hurt like hell.
You got any drink? I'm
Fall
about to.
damage. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Try some of this. I made it
Oh,
myself.
yes.
Time is running out. We have
Cheers.
to do something.
Alright, we have to capture.
Oh, okay. I'm hitting him with the melee. Come here, boy!
So
Oh, he's
ridiculous.
running.
Tom, yeah, he
Run
is.
by.
I got him! Headshot!
Oh, shit.
Yes, mother!
I made him waste his bullet up here.
Yep. Where are you?
I'm reloading. Oh,
Is he behind?
oh fuck, he missed. He missed.
Hit him.
Okay, how did that
He's
miss?
fucking bunny hopping.
Attack!
Get him, potato. Good grenade. Yes!
Okay,
Oh, no. Dagger.
So fast.
Yeah. I imagine.
Attack!
Where'd he go?
Alright, I'm coming back.
That was not even close. Nice.
Can you start a
For
tomahawk?
freedom!
What'd you ask?
Can you start a tomahawk?
I think so.
Attack!
Mordor.
Killed his ass.
Nice.
That's on me. Thanks for that.
Why would the pirates say for the queen?
Stop rushing me, weirdo.
Get some of this into you.
Oh, it's you. Good job.
Yep.
Onward to victory!
That was. Oh, shit. That was intense.
For the queen! Do you sorry sacks of birds and blood think you're hard enough to take me?
Grenades all over.
Holy
oh, good.
crap. There's 2 of them in there.
Yeah, I can't hold them.
You should win. They're so close.
Oh. 2 minutes. We can still get some good push.
We're gonna win on this next push.
Yeah. He switched back teams because it was unbalanced.
He got his ass whooped so far. He needs to.
I don't know how he got that high level, but he's probably played a while. I don't think you get much legacy stuff for this game. But nice if it auto showed your name and all. After Doom is green, that's...
I just killed that level 400.
Musketeer. So this is a good map. It's just, you know, more fun with more players, but it's basically the same thing. Bastard.
Help me!
Thank you.
For the king!
I should have went in here.
Yes. So let me know if you need to roam.
Have one of these, it'll
I
fix you right up.
Musket. Let me know if they're coming and I'll switch weapons.
Alright.
Is that him?
That's our teammate, yeah.
Oh.
Dr. Doom. Potato and Doom. Left side.
Oh, they come with it.
I hit him. All of them. Shit. Oh, the blunderbuss is
Tomahawk.
nice. There's no. Oh, a secondary. We do have some good one. Let me try that army revolver. Alright, last 40 seconds. Can we make it?
Onward to victory!
Damn it.
Oh boy. Send
There's only
shots.
one up there.
How much do we have to
There's
capture?
almost
today?
a one hit though. It's gonna
I think you have to capture it all the way to the black.
hopefully it's overtime in this.
I don't think so. Let's see though. That didn't work. You can only hip fire with that one. These are some confusing ones.
I killed the guy who killed you. Right at the end.
Knock gun, ridiculous. Thank you again, Izunaki. New champion, Dab Sturgis. Fantastic. Oh, fun time. Hope you had a good day. And a potato with the handyman and cannon fodder. Well, we did alright there, I guess. Get the scoreboard, but... Yep, I got a 5 kills. It was something. We got 10, nice. 6 assists, so if you count my assists, I got 11. Alright. On to TD.
After the booty's pretty good.
Yeah, it's hard to get
But
the booty.
you just gotta get off the damn island. and
Let's
pick
do
it up.
standard fight, I guess. No one's voting for it.
Yep, that's what
See
I'm
how
voting
many. See how many people say it. Alright, we're going to Navy or Pirates.
for. Navy.
Alright, stay where we are. Navy potato. Because he's a black man, you know, a black potato. That's what someone would call me in Overwatch. I play Doomfist a lot. Alright, us versus... not balanced at the moment.
Don't team kill. Now I want to know how you team kill.
You can't. Alright, you start off captain this time. 2 eye patches, that's funny. Great for friendly fire. Short pistol, pistol for ants, oh my god. They have hilarious descriptions. Matchlock revolver, more accurate than the Anley, but only has 3 shots per load. Well, that's better than grenade. Alright. Oh, I saw the whole desert through your head. Look at that. It looks like a desert landscape, your bald head. Very strange. You have to be really high level to get hair or a hat like that guy.
I have all that. I
Is
don't
this
know
our
how to
ship?
use
Yeah.
it.
Oh god.
You're on the wrong ship.
I am. How is that possible? Did you not make yours?
No.
Oh. That's the right one. Okay. I'm on the way.
Them two cannons in the front are pretty OP.
This is a tiny one. Yeah.
How do I tell you to do that?
For what?
Oh, C.
Yeah.
Load the cannons on the port side with grapples.
Yeah, definitely good at grapples in them front ones. Let me see.
There we go. Got a grapple in.
That's on my business. Holy shit. I shot it and never got
Yes!
They put powder in
Pretty
this?
Volcano. Let's go to the volcano. See how this gun
Can you
works.
hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. Turn you up a little bit. Alright, what do you need?
That's not put grapples in the front, what I'm doing.
Oh. I don't know if that'll work. We'll see.
Put a grapple on that other one.
There's also the chain shots, the bars.
Alright, prepare to shoot that left grapple. I got it aimed for you. Shoot the grapple.
This one?
Holy shit.
Ow.
Can you hit it?
Is it close enough?
Yeah, you gotta aim those.
I need healing. Shit.
Alright, I guess I'm just gonna ram them.
Where's the healing?
Did you just randomly fire or did you aim it? Because I'm pretty sure you got
Gotta bleed out. Yep. Silly.
If you want an autograph, then join the queue on the left.
This is very confusing. I don't bring healing, I need other stuff to heal, but I can.
Run them down!
I can't steer for you. Immobilize. Help you repair. Alright, back to piloting. Side, yes. The bots just make it more confusing.
What's confusing?
Because it can't fire when you want to, they fire. Fire the ship.
You can push them out the way, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Forward!
Get some grapples already on that front cannon.
Alright. I want to do the chain shot. That'll be fun.
The chain shot's not for drop doing damage, it's for hitting sails.
Yeah. They just shot the shit.
Jesus.
The bots are firing, that's why it's so accurate.
Alright, it's a round.
This is. Oh! Cannot stay alive.
Oh
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You guys sunk.
Too much weight, dude. Come back,
Oh,
dude.
can we get on there? Oh,
Yeah, we
yes,
did.
we're on here.
Pirates. All the
They're gonna regret me getting on here.
Oh, yeah.
Bon voyage!
I'm still alive. Damn it! Should have pulled out the dagger. It is hard to get used to. We're just used to hunt actual combat in this complete mayhem.
Fire! Load grapples into the cannons on the starboard side.
I have to fire it first and then I can load it. Alright, do you want one on the port side as well?
I'm getting on the front side.
Okay. Yep, on the bottom left and the top right.
Front left. Did we see these cannons on the front?
On your command, sir.
There's two.
The left side of the front has a weapon. Shoot that bitch when we get close.
Alright, that'll be fine.
You gotta aim those.
In person, yeah. It's one reticle. One little reticle. Good stuff.
Yeah, let me know if I'm lining you up right.
If I'm what? If you're lying. Alright, I'm turning you to 200% potato. I should be able to hear you. I turn the game sound on down. It seems like a good balance. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore your questions or such. It's just a lot to try to do at once, you know. It's a little more complex than hunt and such in its way.
Alright.
Kind of. Alright. To the volcano battle. Sliding all those grenades. It's weird how the grenades work. The bombs. Oh my god. Oh, I lit the bomb. I lit the grenade and then I put it away and then it was still lit.
You can't put them out.
I thought you could.
That bitch, so.
I thought you could quell the fuse. Not this game.
You just throw that in my head?
No. Oh my god. Alright.
To victory!
Let's get revenge.
Alright, we gotta grapple them so they can't circle around
Yeah.
us.
Which side do you want grapple first?
The front left. Just hit them with the
Okay.
front cannon. That should be good.
You sure it's this one or that's the... Yeah, this
The
one.
very front left one. That's the side.
Oh, you mean it's the very front. Okay. Let's see if that works.
Alright, aim that bitch. We're about to be hitting them.
We have to be really close, so try it.
Yeah, I'll get us close.
Spyglass will help. Toggle range. I don't know what that
Or a lot faster now. We'll be
Turn
catching up.
cannon. You can turn it a little bit. Alright, here we go. I'm in position. Try not to get shot. Oh boy. Oh,
There we go.
Alright, I'm gonna turn as much as I can. I'm ready.
Alright, this is a chance.
This is the chance. 3, 2, 1. Got him.
Let's go.
Oh. Good shit. Grapple makes me. I can't spawn. Oh my goodness. It didn't work. We
They
grappled them,
grappled
but we got them too. Oh,
I don't think our grapple hit.
it should have. Oh, maybe
Cause
they
I've
just.
seen it go
They got us like a
flying.
split second before or something? I don't know.
No, I don't know why when you shot it, it went fucking flying the left side
Ugh.
of their ship. I'll just shoot it next time.
On my screen, it was pretty
When
good.
we hit, it'll say you grappled the ship and you get points for it.
Yeah. Fucking
Yeah, I
best.
think it glitched or something. I almost drowned.
I try it. I mean, look at these bots. You're gonna talk about glitches. Let's go.
Make sure to load the broadside cannons with
I
grapples.
want to use the bar shot. That's only for mass. Yeah, I want to do the bar shot on the mass. That would cripple him.
Yeah, if we're gonna do that, put that in the side cannons.
Sure.
A bar shot? What is that?
The mass.
The one with, is there like a string attached?
It's the bar, like in the middle. No, the chain shot's on with the chain. The bar shot is the dumbbell, basically.
Oh yeah, that's for
The mast.
Fucking sails.
I want to try the mast. You can just use the swivel for the sail. Yeah, those are the near the steering wheel. Alright, get us moving, Illy.
It's on fast.
6 o'clock!
The hell should move.
Attack!
Be the captain now, potato.
I'm reloading.
I gotta do a lot more than
Why that guy say unplayable? No, it's not. Alright, I got the bar shot ready. You got the. Whatever this is. Oh, grapple. Grapple. Cannon, grapple, cannon. Alright. Good variety of stuff. I'm gonna try the bar shot for a change.
Show them what we're made of!
No need to end the round, you admin bastard.
I tried to vote no on that so many times.
I didn't see the vote. I didn't vote at all, I think. Ugh. Annoying. Perfectly good round. Hey, look at all the stats. I think I've been on there once. I've been on Insurgency more. This one is a little...
I wasn't even the gunner man. I had the most hits. What the hell?
Yeah. Bastards. You're almost my level. Played this game for 12 hours and you're almost my level.
Let's check the lobbies, see if they're still
Alright.
empty.
Sure.
I just quit the game.
Oh.
Oh my god, it did.
It shows you still in small crew pirates. Oh my goodness. Pretty funny time. Thanks again, Dab Sturgis, for that nightly sub goal. Get us up to 8 champions. Playing with Potato, getting some Call of Cthulhu a little bit tonight. After done with our piracy and Admiralty, other fun. Oh, good stuff. Alright. Don't care. Wait, are you in? Everyone's gone. So whatever the heck reason they ended the round and switched, they didn't exactly keep to that. What happened? Where are you?
I'm loading the game because
Okay.
I exited it by accident.
Okay. Everybody left. That didn't make any sense. Stick with your
I'm
fellow
going
players.
to be 1v1.
For this? Australia? Oh boy.
It's a Navy versus the Pirates. Here we go.
Wait, are you in my server or a different server?
Yeah, I'm about to smash you.
Why'd everyone leave? The round was fine. Those idiots.
I don't know. It's 2 in the morning.
Australia. It's Australia time.
Yeah, but they all had
Ceiling
extreme
shade.
pain.
Ugh.
They're probably gonna.
Well, we don't need it.
I don't know.
Alright, I'll see you in the fray. This is gonna be hard. There was Captain, I don't know if the bots will even listen to me.
I'm bringing the hand
Stop, boy,
mortar.
prepare
I'm about to
yourselves.
blow you up.
This one doesn't have front cannons. It has back cannons for some reason. That's funny. And they don't come automatically loaded. And I can't give any orders to
Fire! Come on!
fucking use them.
Oh, I see your ship. You're like fucking a mile in front of me.
Very strange. Good stuff. Alright, Potato, you asking for it? I don't know how to use these guns, but figure it out. Why are you already shooting at me?
No, I'm doing special things. We'll find out.
Yeah. Won't that be great?
I'm coming towards you, boy.
Spyglass. Healing route. Can't even look at your loadout. That's weird. Very used to looking for load. Had some good hunts today. We'll play tomorrow if you like. Wednesday. 6 months to my birthday. It's my half birthday. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be something.
My bots are useless. They're all just sitting in the middle.
Yeah.
Fucking hunts.
If somebody's not fixing this ship, somebody's not going to have an eye. Fire! Come on!
Strange strategies we have here. See about that. Oh dear. See what you're trying to do.
Here's a grenade for your dumbasses! This is going to hurt!
Hand of a fuck! Did I miss that?
My bots.
I am shit.
I'm slowing down by accident.
Why, hello
Fire!
there.
Come on! This is going to hurt!
Bots are dead or something, I don't know.
Oh shit, that hurt.
That would be something, right? That'll do it. Gotcha. And now my ship is destroyed. Oh god.
You better run,
Have
homeboy.
his run. Let a man have his run.
Where are the holes? I don't see no fucking holes.
My crew was firing while I was on your ship. Oh, that's funny. That was freaking funny.
Get ready to fire, port side!
Oh, come on.
The pistol's not enough to kill. I hit you that bit. Oh no. Oh no. Why do your bots actually do things in my
I
game?
don't know. I don't know how they even did that.
I am blaming you!
Open fire!
We'll be starboard panel for grapples. Vamos!
Prepare for board, boys.
Let's see. Uh-oh. Not according to plan. Not quite.
Oh shit, that wasn't good.
But can you voice alert while you are attacking? That's the question. Stop checking.
I see you, boys. Stop trying to snipe me.
Okay.
Where are you going? Oh, hi. Oh! I thought you were in the water.
The mermaid maneuver on you.
Oh, we got more people on the server.
Oh yeah. Same guy.
Is it?
Damage the nose.
Dude, why don't I keep
Ship
blowing
needs
up my own
maintenance.
shit?
Come on, somebody fix it!
just ate that? Okay. Yeah, you better jump off.
Ridiculous.
Hey, boy. Damn, son.
No. Ridiculous.
Oh, I can throw your bots on the ground.
Yeah.
Get off of there.
Can't try to repair the nose. It's not working. Why would that guy?
Shit. My head.
You just shot my own ship, didn't you? Yep, I thought
Yes.
so. Because he shot me, not you. My teammate.
I was killing your repairers, so they just kept going back.
Silly.
You can join another server. Probably better than 2-1.
Oh, he's on your team.
Yeah.
Why did I think he was mine? Ugh. Bastard. Pretty silly.
I'm gonna ram him for you. I just rammed his ass. Alright, let's test out the friendly fires real quick. Shoot his ass.
Fire!
Oh
I'm
yeah,
outside,
you
get
can
ready
do
to fire.
that. I just killed a bunch of his dudes and blew up a bunch of shit. This guy's pissed off.
I hope so. Good. Easier. Need ball, 0 heating. What is that? You put a ball to be heated and make a fire cannon? A fire cannonball? Oh, that's cool.
I think
You can use the furnace to cook a cannonball for 3 minutes. Once finished, the heat shot will start fires on enemy ships. That's what it is. I knew the guy was doing fire before, but I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. How'd you get that?
It's in the middle of some ships. It's a little furnace thing, little box. Full heating. All right, I'm gonna use some fire cannon.
Ball of heating. How do you get the ball?
It's a cannonball.
Oh god.
I'm gonna use that on fire dragon ship. That's a new feature. Yeah, they didn't use that, but I did see a lot of fires when we were playing yesterday. All right, now it's fair. Now it's. I think he has his own ship though. I don't know.
Attack! Come on, load the starboard
I
cannon.
wonder how long
Grape
they
shot.
take.
It says 3 minutes.
Give them all we've got.
Should be able to reload.
Don't make me be the only one who fixes this ship. Load the starboard cannons with grape shot.
My damn bots are useless. They're all just standing
Fire,
there
come on.
looking at these holes.
Somebody fix these damn holes.
Seem to want to repair much. You didn't carry the hot ball. Yeah, my crew does not repair.
Mega ram. I just rammed the shit out of my teammate.
Oh,
Should be proud.
got something there. Jeez. Whoa, I just went through my shit. That was ridiculous. No way. That was ridiculous. Of course the bots don't repair. Where is my teammate?
Yeah, our ship is damaged.
Oh, you got
Fix
the
it up.
fucking level 400.
Yeah. Full play then.
Oh yeah, when you're solo, you repair way faster. This stuff needs to hurry up and heat. My goodness.
Oh, silly.
Time to ram.
Let's use those fireballs. That'll work there. Sync speed. They have different sync speeds. Strange. Hot. Seems like it'd be really good if you can actually do it. Why isn't this going?
What the hell? The duct was broken.
Come on,
Dude
load the
just
starboard
fucking
cannons with
smack
grape
shot
shot.
me from hella far away
Load
with
the
a
port
pistol.
side cannons with grape shot. Jump aboard their ship, let's go. We're gonna ram them, let's get ready. Quickly now, load the starboard cannons. Give them all we've got.
Use those fireballs.
Fire!
Below decks.
Fire, come on. Get down, we're going to ram them. Fire!
Which one is you? Ah, passing them both.
Got it,
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Fire!
Oh, I got the heated shot. Let's go.
Chance to use it. It's the trick. Oh boy.
Charge! Taking their ship.
Got the other captain. Yes. There we go. Sinking. There he is. Sweet revenge.
Fire! Ah! Let's fly! Sorry.
I shot that fireball before I died. Did it hit? Better have.
I'm not on my ship, by the way. So.
I see a lot of
Jeez.
smoke. Oh yeah, it did hit.
Fire!
Oh shit, there goes my ship.
Crazy. I'll swim to mine in turn.
I set his ass on fire at least.
The dragon's breath.
I hate how you
Yeah,
can't
our ship
board
is
this
damaged.
shit.
Fix it up.
Crazy.
All done and repaired.
Got a few. Oh boy.
You just ram your teammate.
I was trying to leave and repair, and then all of a sudden, he's just sitting in front of me.
Nice, just pushing him.
Doesn't matter. You're fine. for this. Let's see. Why do people say that even when they see my name?
Well, you do self-advertise your name.
I mean, they say it wrong though, even when it's in text form. They see that usually in like voice, like, oh yeah, they see it in text, but let's see. Anyway. I'm on the way.
Fire! Don't have all day, though the starboard cannons with grape shot.
This will be rough.
Fire!
Can you get the NPCs to board?
Fire!
The plank? What are you?
Fire!
To
Come
board
on!
the other ships.
Yeah, I don't.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt.
It's too simple. There we go. Pretty funny. Amalgamation.
Idiotas, fix this ship!
Oh, blowing up here.
Let's
What are you
fly!
helping me out here? Like, I'm so far away.
Oh, this is you. Hi there.
Jump aboard that ship, let's go!
Yeah.
Grapple, baby.
That's what needed to happen. That'll work.
I told him aboard that. What the hell?
That worked out.
My bots are useless. They don't try to fix a thing.
It was
I'm
tough.
trying to use that.
That was rough.
I wish I could make that jump that hard. They do not do them.
This is going to hurt.
Mobilized.
Were they even shooting? Doubt it.
Let's move on. This is going to hurt.
Yeah, unlock the vest. That worked. And again. Once. See it. So good enough.
Push F2, push F2.
Oh yeah, F1. F2, sorry.
F1.
F2. Try. Some points for that at least. Shit.
Attack!
There we go. We got it. Well done, child. Pretty funny.
The musket, man. The musket. Such a pussy weapon. And I killed his bitch ass with a grenade. That's the main weapon right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Excellent.
The ship needs maintenance. Come on, somebody fix
Not
her.
too bad, yeah. See you for some hunt tomorrow. Finish off a bit of this madness. Kill your teammate a good few times. People on my team. Oh. How long do you think I'll notice until I'm not moving? How long do you think it'll take me to notice that I'm not moving and trying to turn the ship? That is funny. Oh boy. Background doesn't work when it's such low light, so I guess we'll illuminate the place. Thank you. Yeah, I was playing music on my team. Silly. Champagne bottles. Oh, that was nasty.
Fire!
Very nasty there.
How does that happen? What the fuck does that even mean?
What?
I dive to a steering wheel?
Oh yeah. That's what I keep wondering too.
What the fuck,
Pretty
bitch?
crazy. Now we can actually see stuff.
Let's fly! We're doing this. Load the starboard cannons with grapples.
We're doing this.
Man, my bots are beyond useless.
You just in your one ship.
Fire! Come on! Fire!
Yes, you do with the musket, the fucking
Fire!
sad man.
Let's fly!
Is that the only way he can get kills using that broken shit?
Let's fly!
Oh. 9 holes up in here.
Somebody's not going to have an eye.
Fire on them. Whoever was in that ship, I guess it was in your ship, was the one I've been killing all this time. He's a good pilot, not a good combatant.
Let's shot me first place.
Yeah, that's what we want. Nice. That looks awesome, but I think I'm probably gonna sink before I have a chance to. That's awesome though. I like that. Did it work?
I'm making a mission to kill this musket kid now.
Oh, come on. It wouldn't let me use them. That was messed up. It let me take them out but not load them. That makes sense. They look pretty cool though. It was hard. Fireball. That's really awesome fireballs here. Oh well.
Vamos! Load the starboard cannons with grape shot. Get ready on starboard.
Oh, hi there.
Let's fly!
How did they not collide?
Just enough.
Fire!
Okay, my ship stopped for some reason.
Good news for some.
And I'm ramming you.
Come back here.
Turn around, boy. Come fight.
Bots. Get on.
The ship needs maintenance. Come on, somebody fix it.
Let's repair down. Just long enough to get over there. Oh, ridiculous. Give me a sheet long enough. Keel haul. Anyway. Pretty crazy. I don't even know. It's weird stuff. Kilo dab is a login. Good time.
cannons with grape shot.
Mr. Captain, we tried a good bit. There is no construction going on. Why does it insist there is construction? It's the most anticlimactic thing. Ridiculous.
Fire!
I'll get you, potato. Oh, it's just you now.
Dude, this dude just gets on his fucking swivel thing and starts firing until he kills
400
people.
combined levels. 12 kills, 12 dead. 3 of us versus 1 of you. Oh, why wouldn't be 2v2? Crash and switch team. I'm on the way.
I bled out, what the hell?
Starport, prepare yourselves.
This dude trying his best to sink me, but I repaired all fucking 8 holes.
I'll do it.
Okay, now I'm just spawn dying.
Pretty crazy. The water on the steering wheel looks weird. Did you notice that?
Yeah. I can't fucking do a thing. They just sit on their little things that are meant to shoot the
The
sails.
swivel, yeah, it's ridiculous how that kills. So happened to me yesterday, but not continuously. Jeez.
Holy shit. It's not even worth playing with these dudes in the server.
Should I go to your team or?
No, let's
Sure.
quit. If they join, I'm done.
Wait.
I wish you could block them. Is that a way?
Yeah.
Or vote to kick. Not trying to play against some sweaty level 400 that's taking this game way too serious.
Trash in the talk trash.
Like as soon as I spawn, I'm shot with a fucking swivel. What the hell is that trash?
Fire! Come on!
And it's a one tap. You're done.
Alright, moving on. Alright, which server now?
Let's see.
Some other madness. Pretty funny people. Have enough of that.
Servers. Let's join. The one with the lowest ping.
Rounds, hunt
Dark
tomorrow.
Fiber, Chicago.
Get to some Call of Cthulhu tonight. Welcome in chatting time, potato. We had Marsh Dab earlier.
You should be able to see me by looking at friends.
About an hour ago. Hello, Jess. Talking about Dab out for 12-13 your drag champion. Potato 2. Hilarious time, my Jess. Sorry for that, man. I am trying to figure this out. Dark Fiber. Head over. Same team.
Time is running out. We have to do
Time is running
We
out.
joined the server and there's 10 seconds
This is
left.
cool. Dark volcano, dark evening. Good to see you, Jazz. What is this weather? This is like hellscape volcano.
Nope.
Yeah, the round is so.
Didn't even choose my loadout.
Knock gun today.
That's a captain right there.
Profile picture.
Whoa, look at my accuracy. Negative 200 billion%.
Good percent. How you doing, Jess? Hey, finally get to see your profile picture. That's something. Even if it was just from that. Thank you, Jess. Hope you're doing well. Good up. Just a little silliness here. Calling Potato an idiot if anyone don't worry. Making me run under shipments. I only got him into this game though, so who's to blame? It's pretty funny.
Capture the booty.
We had good servers last round. Go to the booty.
I'm getting that booty, boy.
Alright, good.
What load is it? What's it load?
Weather changes. changes. Faction ballots. Anyway. Let's check it out. A little bit ridiculous. Deduction on elect. Am I right? Mutiny or reassignment.
Only captains can build. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Has to wait for the voting to be done. Well, these are some stormy seas. Very fine.
I am the captain now.
Oh, we got a good one there. The Dreadnought. Let's see about this maelstrom.
Oh, this is a cool looking ship.
Oh, this is a nice one. Large ship. Oh, this is gonna be insane. You can tell.
I would simply
Couldn't even
adore
see you.
for starboard colours to be loaded.
Okay. There's a lot of stuff.
Dang, this one's got cannons behind it.
That's the nice big ship. Gunner took on the small one before. Remember that?
Run them down! Have you forgotten we have an objective to complete?
I'll see you in
Oh,
the
I see
storm.
the
I don't know how
light.
visibility will be on this one.
Oh, I see you. The lightning should be on it.
Find you eventually. It's so foggy. Musty. Can't see freaking 5 feet in front of the ship.
Hell no, you can't.
This is ridiculous. Is that you? Yeah. You have light lanterns on your ship. Just like me.
Wish I could turn them on.
Get ready on starboard side!
Like, hello there. He tried to snipe me. Didn't work.
Where are you?
About to ram your ass.
Blow them away! Don't be coy now! Discharge the cannons!
Oh boy. This is gonna be something. Is that you?
Hello there.
Blow them away!
Oh no.
Fire! Blow them away!
Oh, that was a good spot to get rammed.
They believe they're second to them!
Come back here, potato. Don't you run
I ain't
away.
going far. Got my fucking cannons to work. Come on.
Fire!
This is so crazy. You're disappearing into the night. That's what you're doing.
You cannot catch me.
Good shit.
Blow them away!
Uh-oh. Damn, son.
Fire!
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Hey, someone else is here. Hello, hello.
I didn't hit you with that grapple, you kidding me?
Hello there. Admiral.
Don't be coy now! Discharge the cannons!
You can't even see me.
I had to go on my team. There we go.
Fire!
Now we're bombarding you.
You're just gonna go in circles
I
around.
think it's the most satisfying thing in the game, even more than direct kills, is when you line up a shot, though. Oh, shit. Manual aiming. Can't do that as much as Captain. Guys.
Blow them away!
Oh yeah, speaking of these. This fireball is here. That's what I want. You waste them though if you don't have a place to load them. That's the stupid thing. Oh, come on. And then it needs powder, so you have to do it in exact the You have to do it in exact the right order to load the fireballs, or else you just can't load them. That is so frustrating.
Oh.
Wow, that was nasty. Hey, look, the dining hall. That's cool. The dining.
How do you get your drink though? Oh, there we go.
Is that you, potato? That took forever to. One.
Killed the guy that repairs my holes. That sucks. Holy shit.
Oh, there we go.
Are you kidding me?
Bombardment. I do have a pretty
Every
good
one of those hit me.
You're loaded
And
with
I'm ramming your ass.
Baby Jones. Not if I ram you first.
Oh, we got another kid in there. Oh,
Yes.
vote the kid.
You need 7 people to kick him. It's not gonna work. Oh, there's actually 3 on each team now. Too. If you didn't notice that.
I guess there's no way to stop fucking weirdos from following us.
No, at least there's no level 300.
What the hell was that? I got 5 holes now.
Release the cannon! Turn to hell and back!
Good sequence for you there. Delicious sweet sauce. Got you in my sights, son.
It's so hard to try and use the fire shots.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't load them. Ooh,
Boy, come here!
no! That was so ridiculous range. That was the most ridiculous range on the worst spear in the world.
Well, I'm talking about.
Still next to you.
Sarah messed us up, Bob. Ah! Oh my god, I'm really gonna sink.
Our ship is not a pretty
I'm getting
sight,
fucking
now,
20
lad.
seconds
Let's
all
fix her up.
times on a solo ship.
Water spouts are very dangerous. Ooh, that's like a geyser thing.
Serve them what we're paid for. Don't be coy
That
now.
better fucking
Discard
hit.
the cannon.
My cannonball just went straight
Oh.
through your ship.
The server's filling up.
And I'm dead.
Blow them away. Fire at will.
How the hell am
Fire!
I And I'm sinking.
Oh no! The water
And
spout.
I'm in a
I went
tornado.
into a water spout. Yeah,
The
tornado.
tornado killed me.
Yeah, same here. Same.
Yeah, that tornado definitely sucked me.
That was funny. That was funny. That was good.
Dude, I have 0 holes and I sunk. What the fuck?
Swim water there.
Yeah, damn, this game
Fireballs.
is shite. Sinking with 0 holes. What the fuck? That don't even make sense.
SpongeBob.
To hell and back.
we really getting our ship sunk by the fucking rain?
Blow them away!
I'm on fire.
I'm literally on fire!
It's time to have tomahawk.
Oh, that was my fire.
Baked potato.
I hit your ship and it didn't even show no
I
fire
ran
when I hit
into
it.
the fire. Of course, that would happen. Oh,
I'm happy that shit hit because I thought it went through the fucking ship.
Oh, hello.
She's going to fall apart at this rate, lads! Fix her up!
Crazy.
This server's pretty cool.
Yeah. People came fast. Around the world.
Fire! Run them down!
Okay. Pirate sail. The seas. There's the jump.
Fire! Fire at will!
There we go. That should take care of that. Honestly. I can turn around.
Show them what we're made of!
Behind that ship.
Blow them away!
Can't tell which side of the ship you're on. Broadside.
I don't need no wine.
Don't be coy now! This time the panel save the queen!
Yeah, shoot me, bitch. I'll hit you 4 times.
What was that?
Yeah, I know what ship you're on. Come here, boy.
Notice where the enemies are.
Got him.
Blow them away! Fire!
I am big comfortable.
Understood!
I just fell off my ship. What the
Fire! Acknowledge! Fire!
If I could see him a little better, it would help Ryuko try. So foggy. I can barely see like in this ship in general. It's all sails all over the place. But I guess it's realistic. To a point. Whoa! Is that the enemy? Yeah. That'll be nice and close. There we go. Now we're in good sorts.
Fire at will! We've got ourselves a problem in Vegas here!
Kidding me. Ridiculous gun. The tomahawk is hard to use, but I don't know how you were able to make it work.
Yeah, you gotta predict that shit.
Just weird to throw it, so it's not like hunt tomahawks. Oh, Ryuko's in a great place. Nice spot you got there.
Okay, I hit the dude Yeah, I guess you can't do damage with that weapon. Because I was hitting the shit
Do
out
not
of it.
stand idly. Fix our ship.
Get fucked, bitch.
Easy there, potato. Slow down. Turn this thing around. Doesn't mean those guys are in pink in my group chat. That's weird. Oh man. Let's see. Gonna be a great time in here, that's for sure. Oh boy.
Ow! I killed this guy, he spawned back in 2 seconds.
There we go. That was insane.
That was game worse.
Go this way, yes. No doubt about that. Oh,
Release the cannons.
shit. What? Let's get started. That was silly. Reminds me of Break Ship on Counter-Strike. That was a good map. It's basically... Oh yeah, he's punishing me.
Let us prove them wrong.
He had a skeleton face. There's war paint. Oh boy.
Some
Yes,
ship
that's
makers
short as
would
shit.
be
Let's go.
extremely helpful.
Haha, bitch.
Man, the pumps. It's hard to load these damn things. Oh, of course, once you go in the water, it puts you out. How are we not?
Release the cannons. Release the cannons. Our ship has received damage. Get on fixing her up.
Oh, he ran. Didn't even notice.
Fire at will.
Enemy on board.
Everyone on board side has not yet placed themselves. I encourage you to do so now.
There we go.
Oh, I got a cannon.
Should use the dagger. Secret. Ryuko is a sneaky one. The dagger wasn't very good.
God save the Queen!
Crazy.
To hell and back! Fire at will!
Yo, get the left
Abandon
side
ship
cannon.
is a button, it doesn't work.
Three fire shots.
Oh shit. I abandoned ship, but I didn't realize it would sink the ship. Whoops. I didn't realize abandoning ship would sink the damn ship. That's funny. Should know, I guess. Finally could get on board. Nice. Ryoko killing them good. Oh yeah. You see the pink guys on your team? Like, their name is constantly running. That's weird. How do you get the special logos? That's weird. Let's have to do this right.
Alright, get our left side cannons at this man in front of us.
Look down. Targaryen Galleon, yeah, Ryuku, my teammate, too. My glory.
This man is
Don't be
only
coy now! Discharge the cannons! Acknowledge!
It's a little bit insane.
There we go.
Don't be coy now!
Go.
Discharge the cannons!
I try to get the spyglass. We'll use that here. There we go. Now I see you, potato.
Don't be coy now! Discharge the cannons!
On the way,
Oh,
join
someone's
this
using a mortar.
carnage.
Oh shoot, we almost got hit by that.
Oh my goodness.
How y'all like that fire?
Fire!
Let's get another good board for you. Yes, Ryoku. Glorious. To me, the captain. Oh, look at all these people on my team. Spy bus. Alright, you know what's coming next.
Don't be coy now! Discharge the cannons!
No mutiny.
Blow them away!
No.
Don't be
killed all
coy
his
now!
guards.
Discharge the cannons!
They keep coming back around.
Get ready on port side!
Oh, I got shot in the head.
Let us prove them wrong! Fire! They believe their ship belongs to
There
them!
we go. That's what we wanted.
They believe their ship belongs to them! To victory! Our ship is looking marvelous!
Oh my god, they got mortars. I want that.
Tiny boat.
Some ship maintenance would be extremely helpful! Fire at will! Blow them
Okay.
away!
It's not looking good.
Get yourselves onto that ship!
What the?
Okay, the game. Shot the cannon. Give me 1,000 air. Yeah.
To victory! Fire!
Oh, I got him. That was insane.
Show them what we're made of! Run them down!
This is insane.
To victory!
Fun is just chaotic as well.
I was reloading my
Reload, I know.
Oh yes.
Glorious. Good stuff. Wow. We won. Pirates. Pirate. Alright, I got a best captain. I think that's a good note to end it on.
Yep, I'm gonna take a bird.
Yeah, that was a good note to end it on. The best captain, 43 crew hits. That was interesting.
Alright, man.
Interesting.
See you next
So,
time.
yeah, see you hunt tomorrow. Getting some Call of Cthulhu in the night. That was cool. Alright, thanks, Potato. Moving on. Thank you, Mars. Thank you so much, Dabster, just for the nightly sub goal. Thanks to Jas for the follow. Sim from the game. We'll move on to some Call of Cthulhu for the night. That was interesting, though. Definitely enjoyed a bit more Blackwake. Some fun moments, especially at the end there. It was kind of funny time for the round to end. Could fight a bit more there, but good enough. We'll get to Call of Cthulhu. It's every Tuesday. Finish off a bit for the night. Got that secret cave last time, an interesting point in the game. Pick it up with that. Marsh Izanagi. Chen, hello. Good game from that Blackwake. Good fun. Moving on to Call of Cthulhu for the night. Fun sea and sails, a lot of sailor things also in Call of Cthulhu. And with the Bear Clan. So we're going to keep that up. Nice to see you. Hello Chen, hope you had fun at Blackwake if you're from there. Played here and there, I played it back when it was new and come back to it recently. For some reason, thought about it. It was fun. We're at a Cthulhu story tonight. We're going to get to a bit more. We're at a Lovecraft story tonight. A nice couple poem and Uninterring. That's a good one. Nice up there from Absturgis. It's on to that Call of Cthulhu. How goes your night, Chen? Good to see ya. Alrighty then. Let us check it out. For a good time, game capture. Work in just a second here. Keep that light on because the webcam filter wasn't working with being too dark in the room. So we'll see about this. And enter the madness. We also have voice mod to be used at any time if you'd like a party, for example.
If you find games, we have evil voice. If you find games there too, playing Blackwake with the Pirates. Call of Cthulhu the Dark Mix, going to the Asylum Mix, I believe. Possessed. If you like some possessions, we're on to the crows on the street and the doctor in the asylum. Madness abounds. Let's check it out, friends.
Alright, nice time there. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for Dabsturgis for the championship. New sub there. We're going to load tunnels under the Hawkins mansion where we left off. See what we got. So we were just finishing this part, but we might as well do the last part if it didn't checkpoint quite yet. Yeah, I basically quit right when it was checkpoint, so that's fine to play this part again a bit. We'll get in a little bit here. Have a good time of it. That will be just fine here on this good Wednesday morning, Tuesday night still. Tuesday with the Tangle Tuesday. Funny updates of the games, very fitting for the title. Roots and the rest. Yeah, so we just have this very final little part here in the caves and strength up to 100, master a few other skills that said. Carry on with Pierce's adventures. Right after the cave in, basically, so hopefully all looking fine, sounding fine. Let's carry on. Love to chat with you there, get your dragon avatar in the chat as well if you like, for some good Blackwake, good adventures. To Call of Cthulhu after good Cthulhu Lovecraft story tonight. What have we got here? Try to get out, yeah, that way. Only way to get out, all the dead cultists and such. So, here we go, ready?
Light! At last.
We try to crawl for the light. But it didn't work out.
Not so well.
Unfortunate. This want to be used anytime, new cheers are the fun. We're on to the Riverside Institute. Pierce and Officer Bradley follow the intruder to the secret meeting place of a cult set in a network of underground caves right under the Hawkins Manor. They witnessed a strange ceremony led by a Charles Hawkins, very much alive. Bradley tried to arrest him, but Hawkins, whose body displayed various mutations, disemboweled the police officer. As he tried to escape from him, Pierce found himself prisoner of a rockfall. Rushed to the Riverside Institute, he is in a critical state. See what happens there, both physically and mentally. Damage and such, but we'll check it out. For Chapter 5. Here we go tonight. Thank you, Dab, Sturgis, thank you, Nagi, for the first time championship as we approach 2,000 hours streamed on the morrow. Good time of it here, 2 a.m. Fun to play with Potato Bit. Back some good hunts tomorrow too, we'll see. More good variation, hopefully some Dishonored, something like that. Here we go, chapter 5. Gonna be crazy in this hospital. Can certainly tell. Oh boy. That's not looking good. Ugh. It's just a nice shot. Same as the hunt shot. Don't worry. Vitality. Syringe.
He's having a seizure.
He will survive. Strong subject.
There, he's opening his eyes.
We saved him, Fuller.
Call of Cthulu.
I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
Oh, there's a lie.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa! Go easy, my friend.
Boy.
You were dead. He killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead! What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No!
No, boy. Going so good there. Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, not a good girl.
What happened to me? Where am I?
To the asylum, indeed.
Mr. Sanders, you have to come with us.
No, please. I can't leave here.
You've got no choice, Sanders, and neither do we.
You don't understand. If I go out, you'll see. No!
This foul gas again.
I don't want him to find me.
Oh, gouged out his eyes, Brad. Cultist place there. Journal's not available. Oh boy. Wait. Guess that's the only option, is to wait. Thoroughly scan the area. Gas through the pipe. This is messed up so far. Alright, time to sleep. Little pot there. Asylum time. Dream state, perhaps. Nothing around here. Okay then.
They tracked and hunted me, pursued me right into their dreams.
Leviathan.
They scribbled all over their maps in the wake of my lonely wanderings.
Well, this is something.
No sea is dark enough to hide the color of my blood. No wind strong enough to scatter my dreams.
An interment tonight. Wow.
When the last of them rises up, you will choose. I will not be here to bear witness to it. resound to your cries, or theirs. Awake and free me.
Going great.
You there. Wake up. Come on, stand up. We don't have much time. Can you stand up?
Who are you?
A friend of Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Investigative, unlocked.
Your colleague has me locked up. You open the door, telling me that I've got to escape, and then you leave me in the lurch. Why shouldn't I think it's a trap? What will happen to me if I get caught by the staff?
If the nurses see you, they'll drug you, put you in a straitjacket, and strap you to your bed. You'll be at the mercy of Fuller, and I will not be able to help you anymore because I too will be in a tight spot. Ethan warned me that you were temperamental, but you'll have to trust me, Mr. Pierce. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
Well, this could be a challenge. Let's see. Let us see. Back to the diary. Ugh. Escape the asylum. Still stable sanity. Just the ritual. Don't know if you can choose that to take him or not with you. But yep. Just a crazy time. Well, let's see what we can do, I guess.
What does this mean? What did he write about the painting? Why the strange symbol repeated over and over? Sarah. Am I in an asylum?
Yes.
What did they inject him with?
Jeez. This is a little crazy.
Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors.
Her brother, such. Interesting. Okay. In the padded cell.
If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him. Poor wretch.
Nasty stuff. Exactly. Culinary.
I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor.
Damn it. I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
I told you not to let her come down.
I know.
What's going on here? Create a diversion, escape. What in the heck is this tunnel vision? Claustrophobia. That might affect his sanity then. That's not good. Black chalk. Yeah, it seems like that would draw on his sanity. Wait, does it actually have a little bar there? It'll lower, yeah. The more it lowers from doing stuff like that. So that wasn't good to do. I don't know if I should load just because of that. Didn't need to hide there. Let's see what we can do though. Yeah, now it's the high stakes you actually get.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left.
Good God. What could this machine be used for?
According to this record, the patient seems to be suffering from psychosis. He gouged his own eyes out in an attack of delirium. This is going to be a tough part, I feel.
It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock. Have I activated anything? Worse and worse. What's the connection between this meat and the electrical installation?
Leaning for the first time.
Vats of rotten flesh? An elaborate electrical system? Like a dumb pulp novel.
Pulp novel.
The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs? Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine?
Jeez. Writings.
What is going on here?
Getting used to the lean.
You there, come here. I don't know what you're doing there, but you don't seem to be friends with the nurses. I can help you. Help me, and I'll owe you one.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep? You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
You'll draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to make me sleep, and I'll take care of the guards for you.
Is it the noise that disturbs you?
No, it's the nightmares. We all have them here. That's what wakes us up. And afterwards, there's no way to get back to sleep.
Might as well.
I'll find you some pills.
Go look in the storage room. There must be sleeping pills there. So, have you got them?
Not yet.
Hurry up, if you don't want them to find you.
Okay. Chef in there. That's a guard. Oh, if I get chased, I feel like I have to reload. But I'm gonna take it realistically as possible and
What is welling up inside me?
not have to do that.
And in my body, it roars and swells and has strength of oceans. Its waves rise and crash, leaving behind them only a trail of white, nourishing foam.
If I walk,
Oh, master!
Don't let me sleep in here.
Me.
If he does not catch me, I do not sleep. If I do not sleep, I do not see him. Hearing me, he does not call me. He does not call me. He calls me. If I walk, I do not stop. If I do not stop, I catch him. If I catch him, I sleep. If I
Okay, give me a quick second to do something. I'll have to watch for that. See what this is real quick. Tactical turn-based. It's a bit like Wasteland and the rest. Looks kinda cool. Triton Poacher Alpha. Check it out. Okay.
sleep.
Let's avoid getting caught. Where's the storage room?
Locked. Exactly what I need.
Go through the kitchens, perhaps. Must be a way to detect the guards a little better. Theory of medicine. Dark wire. There we go.
Control wheel to mount on a plumbing system.
Plumbing. That experiment room we were in. Lean doesn't help that much, to be honest. What's going on there? Where's that chef? It's right there. Need to get over there, right? do that. It will decrease sanity by a lot. Maintenance room and the guards room. Cool. Oh boy. There's that guy though. Can't avoid him. Must be a way to get around. No, there is no way to avoid him though. What's this? There's the guard. Makes his rounds. Okay, he goes in a circle.
It's done. Now for the others.
Gotta turn them all on, apparently. Okay.
Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy, and a full shelf on cephalopods.
To go in there.
Sarah Hawkins. She was a patient here.
Okay. Interviewed at Riverside for fits of insanity a while before her death. She wasn't at her first attempt with the fire at the mansion.
Dementia? Self-inflicted wounds?
Fact. Irene Sanders, wife of Francis Sanders, had her. It's been interred after he showed grave sentiment.
Anatomy, anthropology, nothing surprising.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go. Can't get back there. Can look through the guard's lantern at least. Is helpful. To rush him. No takedowns. Just a Dishonored style. Shit. Nasty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
saw something over there.
4 days to go. Yeah, that's it. 4 days of work. No more.
Is there anybody here?
The lantern on, they'll see me for sure.
My calculations are always right. That's the problem. You're right. 4 days, maximum. 5 at the most.
I'll distract that one enough to get in there. Maybe he can chase me and then I can go. That didn't seem like a good idea. Or is he sleeping? Maybe he's sleeping. No. Alright, well, pretty much there. Oh, damn, Jesus.
Doom Cthulhu coming for that booty.
Yes. Oh my god. I don't even have a 10,000 cheer yet. Jeez. Oh, alright. Well, Will, you have just broken the ceiling of chat by 4 times as much the previous champion. Thank you so much, brother, for your contributions to the Dragons. It's one of the greatest places to be on Twitch and in general. You are a true Dragon champion for all these years. Top supporter, Ab Sturgis. Thank you so much, man. Ab Sturgis here as a Dragon Lord, proving it for a 2,000 stream mark. And that amazing red bit for the top of the leaderboard. Oh, that is so very, very kind of you, man. Thank you so much, Will. You are a true brother. Let's get back to Core Keepers soon, alright? But yes, Cthulhu coming for that booty. I've never played this before. It's interesting. We read the Disinterment from Lovecraft earlier. Been enjoying it lately. Hey, if 2 a.m. is a good time for me to stream for you, I'm happy to do it a bit more often, but Tuesdays especially. Thank you very much, Will. That is absolutely lovely of you. That is so fantastic. That is absolutely glorious. Thank you very much, my brother. We'll keep it up here. Oh my god, 10,000 cheer for Izunagi. All the bits in the world. Verge, what the fuck, he saw me. Thank you, Will. I didn't know he was looking at me there. Is he gonna sound me alarm? I feel like I have to alert the one in the front to get by him. I guess they'll give up eventually. I don't know how they would catch you. Maybe they just get close. That's just the cook, so he's not too bad. Alright, let me get him off my trail first. And then I'll get the other one. Thank you, Izunagi, amazing champion. My goodness, that is fantastic. Izunagi Dab Sturgis with the 10,000 cheer, guys. Oh, that is absolutely glorious. That is no small amount of bits there. Well, now we gotta add an alert for that much. Thank you so much, Will. Oh, that is wonderful of you, man. Very amazing support. Excellent champion. Excellent human. A Targaryen dragon champion now. Top of the line. For everyone. Just look at that. Oh, Dab Sturgis is the very top supporter. We're adding you to that top supporter tonight, that's for sure. And the recent follow of you tonight, well, not follow, but championship Champion. I don't think I have recent cheer on these ones. Donation of follower. Izunagi, Dabster, just yeah, we're gonna keep that all-time leaderboard on. We could keep the monthly on for now, but oh, it is so fantastic. Maybe we'll go back to monthly tomorrow. Thank you very, very much, Will. Much appreciated. And yeah, Voice Mod Pro. Boom. Look how much he just did for Voice Mod Pro. He got 353% for Voice Mod Pro tonight with that big goal. So yeah, let's buy that right away, shall we? Get all those fun voices.
For a very lovely time here in the Dragon's Roost. Thank you, Will. Absolutely wonderful, my brother. We are very excited. Very much excited for all sort of...
Wonderful times. Thank you, Will. Let's go ahead and get that right away. You have certainly got us that and then some with that cheer. So we're going to have some great voices going forward. Bit goal is done for that. Voice mod bit. I'll keep it at 50 for now. 50 bits for 30 seconds of voice mod activation. Dab Sturgis here with the very, very lovely Yellow Dino new championship. Absolutely epic cheer to celebrate 2,000 hours streamed for a full year. Oh my goodness, man. We are going to enjoy great times moving forward. Thanks to you, Izunagi. Absolutely lovely. For epic celebrations here, Izunagi with that amazing fun. Let us get some hype for him. Amazing hype. I don't want to type in the chat because he has the amazing 10,000 bits in the chat, but oh, that is the first red cheer for the Targaryen Dynasty Dragon Juice 2,000 hours. Very lovely. Let's go ahead and get Voice Mod Pro right away. Here we have Voice Mod. It's time for Pro. Alright, time to get all these voices. Radio Demon, we're about to see for the first time. One-time special offer for a lifetime license, $30. Already spent $80 tonight, so very lovely bit of cheer support there from Will to make up for that. It's perfect timing. So Amazon, got the Hellfire Club shirt for Stranger Things, got my Father's Day gift. Will with the amazing voice mod. Bit goal, we can go back to follower goal now, which is exciting. Very, very lovely. Let's go ahead and purchase that, shall we? Thank you very much, Will. Let's log on in and get that done. Get that purchase for Voice Mod Pro. Celebrate moving forward on stream. You have all the voices now in the About Me section. Should be everywhere. We'll add a new Nightbot command too. Alright. Go ahead and pay for that. Voice Mod, one-time payment special offer. For the lifetime license, I believe this is the best offer. Yeah, $30 instead of $2 a month for a year. Nah, let's enjoy it for life. It's literally only $5 more than a year. That's definitely the best thing to do. So, $30 for that. Let me take care of that real quick so we can use it tonight for an absolutely epic time. Celebrate Izunagi with an amazing cheer. An amazing fun time of that. Back to Call of Cthulhu soon. I think I can alt-tab it. I can. We don't need to. We'll be back to it in just a minute. Let us take care of this real quick. Okay. Promo code, pay now. No. Okay. Purchase one-time payment, special offer, voice mod, pro. Click here to see your license key. Okay. Now we activate the pro. We can do the voice lab later, experiment with some of that. Got my license, link license. You have activated the license linked to your account. All the details of your voice pro license are now listed in your account section. Understood. And just like that, voice mod pro is complete. Let's check out my favorite so far, which is Radio Demon. Mr. Will, Mr. Izanagi, has decided not only to grace us with his utmost esteemed presence, but to gift us the most glorious red cheer we have ever seen in the Dragon's Roost. Mr. Dab Sturgis, thank you so very much for your generosity. We're gonna keep up the good times here, watch some Nightmare Alley tonight, so this is quite appropriate.
We're gonna see what else we can do. All sorts of fun times,
all sorts of great stuff, and lovely, lovely voices along the way. Thank you, Mr. Will. We're gonna continue to experiment and enjoy. I do believe now that voice mod should be fully activated in the About Me section. For all voices here. Yes. We have many voices active now, thanks to Will, and we're gonna keep it up. Thank you very much, my great brother. So exciting. Well, we've got it. About Me should have more voices to use. We'll go to the voice lab soon, create our own. In the meantime, we're gonna play with a few of these and check it out along the way, such as The Living Dead. I think if I hear myself, you hear me, so that's good. That one doesn't seem to work for some reason. Let's keep experimenting.
That's weird. I'm hearing a voice in that. Great stuff here with Disinterment or Example. Thank you, Will.
All to be used at your guys' leisure, your guys' fun. Little celebration there for Will. Top cheer ever. Let's carry on, shall we? Dancing cat. Get very proud. We'll continue dancing here in a little bit. For now, let's see if we can get this guy on our tail so we can actually go through the door. That was a nice little slide. He is asleep after all.
What carnage.
They all notice me at the same instant, but I don't know if they'll come in here. No. Alright. Thank you, Izanagi. We'll keep up the good readings, the good adventures. Oh, man. Very wonderful. Keep it up. Will, you are wonderful. Okay, what have we got here? That top tier, guys. Freaking amazing. I take a special picture for him tonight. That Voice Mod Pro, yeah, we'll just have to experiment, check out the voice lab. We've got all the voices now. Take a look. All of these voices. That's not a bad amount. I mean, considering we could have done the 1 year or more, yeah, I'm glad to have got this working, because the Voice Mod Pro, yep, it's all working. Oh, I do need to add more. Okay, I really like the Radio Demon, so let's add that. How many can we add? We have to add them manually, huh? Possess seemed pretty good. Let's add, yeah, 10 for now. So 3 more. Cathedral. Alright, 1 more. Some pretty good ones. Poison, what's that one? Let me test that out actually. Very fun amounts here. I like most of these, yeah, other than the rest. Let's test this one out.
Mr. Will, wonderful champion, I do truly appreciate you. We're gonna keep up the good fun and see what else. We'll check it out. Will be wonderful. And we shall see. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
I don't know, these are good. Some of them will take some tweaking, but Radio Demon, we can run it one for now, we got that. Alright, let's see what else we got here.
Theoretically, I've only got 1 lever to push.
Unless they push them back the whole time. Lovely time, Cthulhu Will. Very, very lovely. Top ever cheer. Keep up that monthly leaderboard in a bit, but for now, that is just awesome. Look at some other guides here in a bit. I'm curious, yeah, for their groups and flashlights and great brothers. The Dragon Company. We are at 400 viewers there, so not bad. Alright.
Who's there?
Crap. They heard me. Fuck. That was close. Some sanity from this.
Is there anybody around here?
But it had to be done. Maybe Need some sanity pills later. For now, let me not walk right in front of them. Kidding me with that shit. Okay, somehow they didn't chase after me right away. Don't question it. This is pretty strange so far. Strange times. Oh boy. He saw me.
Who's
He
there?
actually freaking saw me.
You there?
Over. Good thing we're not doing a one-time run. Ugh. Alright, where the heck was I? Do I have to go back in there? Again. Probably have to go back in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is a little stressful game, man. I just don't understand. They expect me to be able to do like that. There's no other way in there.
What carnage.
Yeah, I had to come here again because it didn't save. There's no way to manually save, so...
Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
He saw me between those boxes in the freaking dark. That's ridiculous. I don't understand how you're supposed to get by him. That is so weird. Anyway. Do what we can.
I'll go take a look.
They are not very good at seeing you, though, when it's obvious, just when it's obscure. Sound is also misleading. What's going on? Can't grab the pipe and fight it. That's not a pipe. It's a wheel. Alright, where else? It's already here. Don't need to go there again. The cook sees me again. There we go. Lockpick. Not skilled
This
enough.
padlock is too complicated for me.
Yep. We will have to get the key. What is he doing? He saw me again. This is such a strange dynamic. They started like officially chasing me. It's being easy for some reason. That's where I started. Hide here, but yeah, there's the door, the guards. Need the diversion for them. So not gonna have any success going past them, even though there's a door there. Let's see about this. Pretty fun time. Oh.
All the levers are activated.
Let's see about that. Crawl in the vents now. Oh, I did want to see what was in that door. Oh, you hide here? No. Just another sanity trap. There must be some reason for this, though. He does not do well in tight spaces. We are learning that. Check sanity.
The green gas leaves from here, and it runs through the whole building.
That's pretty good representation of that shell shock. Alright, we have a little burn, but not too bad.
Now for the next step. It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands.
Probably right about that.
This lever must turn on the gas machine.
Should we do that? Need the guy with the distraction, though. Why are we even in here? Just a whole extra plate. What the hell would I need for that? Piping has been damaged, and I fear the gas is escaping. I cannot do any more in such a short time. All I can do is warn you. If the equipment is put under too much pressure, there is a risk of explosion. That's good. Blow the damn place
This
up.
valve controls the pressure.
So I could escape without blowing it up. Or I can blow it up. Maximum pressure. Guess we should do that. What else is here, though? There's no point in lockpicking, and you know he can't do it. That's one of the skills he just doesn't have. Is that a freaking... Can't tell if that is a skill check or not.
This padlock is too complicated for me. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Game save, that's good. Last week's incident caused significant damage to the infrastructure, putting a stop to current experiments. This is unacceptable. From now on, the wheels to operate the gas stopcocks must be kept in the storage room after each use. Moreover, you must keep the register of use up to date. Dr. Fuller. Back to where we were. Or is this a different area? No.
You'll find me. You can see me.
Let's calm down, please.
No, don't. Ah!
Pain is just information, dear Francis.
Doctor down in my hole.
Information for my research.
Kill me!
Let's hit it.
What?
If
There's
you
nothing
don't kill me,
happening.
he will.
My poor friend, I fear your mind is lost forever.
The piping hasn't burst. Not yet, anyway.
Strain the machine. Maximum pressure.
The piping hasn't burst. Not yet, anyway.
So you have to set it all to max. This one I need a wheel. That's one. Okay. We better find that other wheel then. Okay, gives me a heart attack. At least we had top chair too.
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Oh dear. Where could that other wheel be? In the pharmacy. Couldn't get in.
Where do they keep their sleeping pills?
Storage room. Hello. Good thing it takes them a moment to realize.
The door is blocked on the other side.
Alright, there's a wheel. Oh shit. There is a wheel. Oh, come on. Here's the wheel. It's really hard for me to find things before here. Oh, come on. What is he doing? Yeah, I had to look at the walkthrough that one time. There we go. Now we got what we need.
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
You can say that. Chef bastard, dude. Got what I need though. Let's blow the sucker up. Don't know where the sleeping pills are, but it won't matter if I can just blow the place up. Alrighty.
I've got to hide before the guards see me.
That seems easier than the sleeping pills, but sure it would be interesting to have him go crazy for the pills. Sorry, maybe I can do both if I find them in time. Seems like you do need a way to pick the locks. Okay, investigation here. Picking locks. Into picking locks. There we go. That's what we need. Cool. That's it. So if we get that up, we can actually pick some locks. I feel like you can, I feel like you cannot get pills in this level without doing that. Pretty sure the guides were coming, so it would be nice to do both, but maybe you only have enough skill points at this point to do one or the other.
The door is blocked on the other side.
What? There we go. Bye-bye. I'm out of here. Sorry, sleeping pill guy. Oh. Can only get in here if you...
Doctor, is that you?
Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Is that wise?
Away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me, like it found me here. You're mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
I don't know, the unlocked answers I feel are always unlocked though. It's like... don't abandon the wounded. What did they do to you? Okay.
I'm not leaving without you.
No! Don't inflict this on yourself!
Come on, Sanders. Do it for my conscience.
You are making a mistake, sir. My fate is not your responsibility. The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
In her office, I saw signs of a ritual, perhaps an invocation. These things, that's what makes you say she's cursed.
You're wrong. It was not an invocation, but a revocation. But she failed. And that's what counts.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. Don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Chandler.
Sanders, pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me.
of horror. Uh-oh. Something going on with that.
No!
Sanders!
Oh boy.
What the hell? I gotta.
This is insane.
What killed him?
So there's that door. What about the one the guards were actually guarding though? What the fuck? He came back. We can go this way too. Not gonna mess with him. It's too late to get those sleeping pills probably. That was intense. Did not last. Jeez. Our dealer. Ooh. So what's the difference of exits here? Take this one. Same place as that. That was some good gas.
Damn! The gas!
No. Oh, that's unfortunate.
My head.
Later. We need to move on.
What? He just comes and gets it. That does not make sense. Pierce woke up in an asylum installed in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. He met Dr. Colden, a female friend of Bradley, who helped him to escape. Wandering through the corridors of this place where Dr. Fuller reigned supreme, Pierce was able to talk to a man called Francis Sanders before dying in full view of the detective. He accused Sarah Hawkins of being the cause of his torment. Pierce finally left the accursed building, accompanied by Bradley and Colden. Companions in misfortune decided to use the Hawkins mansion as a hideout. This is really confusing line there, but anyway, we'll see. It's like, why would he just be... Well, it is pretty deranged stuff, let's be honest. What is this fish face?
Who goes there?
Who goes there? Alright, gotta get some lock picking now. I have strength, now I need lock picking. These other ones are helpful too, but there's been too many locks I can't open. And I doubt I can go back to them, but oh, shake it. The ordeals you've gone through have left their mark, but you still manage as best you can. You keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have a way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity, so That's not good with the rest of the game if it keeps getting lower and lower. The swirl of insanity. Yes. Oh man.
That nightmare again. I need a drink.
No, you don't. Decided to not drink today at daytime at least. Nice view. Alright, chapter 6. Maybe we'll do just a little bit here. Dragon Raid. Very lovely with Izunagi Napsters. This Dragon Champion of 10,000 chain.
You're awake, Mr. Pierce.
Remarkable.
How do you feel?
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
Crazy.
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
Sarah Hawkins with the object of a cult.
I have flashbacks. They haunt me.
What did they do to you?
There was that Dr. Fuller and a nurse. Blood everywhere. My legs, the pain, I couldn't bear it. I was screaming. They injected me with something. I woke up at the Institute.
Yep.
Bradley was there.
And how you scared us. You seemed demented.
You likely woke up during the anesthesia. No wonder those memories haunt you. What in God's name were they doing to you?
What happened afterwards?
When I woke up the second time, I was in a padded cell. That's where you found me, Doctor. After you released me, I got a good look at what's in store for the patients of the Riverside Institute. Hallucinogenic gas pumped into the cells. An infernal machine. Horrific medical experiments.
Impossible. Dr. Fuller would never do such a thing.
You should believe it, Ethan. What Mr. Pierce saw is precisely what I've been trying to prove. Did you discover anything else?
More occultism for that. Strange. You only get that from learning. Huh, must have missed something there.
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course. He's a patient.
Okay.
Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins, and that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
Crisis.
I didn't see what, but something was there with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved?
Wonderful.
How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree. She deserves the truth.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
Not much choice there. Make a choice. I was gonna talk to them individually. It didn't let me do that for some reason.
You're right. Without a plausible explanation for what I saw, let's not jump to conclusions.
That seems wise indeed.
Very well.
This will affect
I'll
your
go to see
destiny.
Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
Alrighty then.
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Alright, I'll pick it up from here shortly. Leave them through the door.
The other night's events are still confused.
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
Pretty interesting stuff. We will pick it up there a bit next week. We got a good hour here. We'll do more soon. The clear light of day, the asylum was nasty. We'll do more soon though. Alrighty, pretty good stuff, guys. Heart is feeling a little fatigued, so I think it's time to get to bed and have the caffeine, tropical citrus, and other drink. Alright, see you in a little bit. Thank you so much to Will for the championship and the very amazing cheer of 10,000 5 times. Four times as much as our previous leader. Ship left. Absolutely wonderful of you, Will. Tsunagi. Much appreciated. We will get to more very soon here. And pick it up in a bit. Going to be lovely. Get to just more things real quick. Yeah, quick little things. Where these are about. Take a quick look. Verify traffic lights. Hopefully got most of them. Claim those. Spellcaster University, that kind of interesting. Actually, I've seen this one before. Yeah, it's that was the mule, right? Looks like a relaxing type of game. Ah, some actually pretty cool interactions. Tentacle head, that's fun. Looks like fun. Orc camp. Dragon's lair. Huh. Oh. That looks like some good fun. Vampire. The turtle. I'll give that a try. It's a good variety of things. Oh, I definitely have plenty of games to play, that's for sure. We still have the ones we're playing through. We have that. That's why I have different stream theme days, but Tangle Tuesday, Roots of the Dead, we'll get to that maybe next week. Get some Horror Hunt tomorrow. And we shall see, guys. For now, thank you so much. Will, Tsunagi, Dragon, Champion. I want to keep that 10,000 bit chair in the jar for a while, actually. We'll reset the goals tomorrow. And we'll pick it up soon. Thank you, Will. Thank you, any lurkers tonight. Thank you, new follows from Blackwake and the rest. I'm going to see you in a bit, guys. And we'll pick it up for a wondrous Wednesday whenever we can. Everything will work out. I'll try to get some sleep for now. 6 months to birthday, and hopefully not get up too late. Alright, see you in a bit, guys. Good night for now. Thank you again to Will for the lovely, lovely time. Lovely sport. See you on the morrow. Good night, friends. Thank you, guys.
Oh, shatter reload rate. Maybe. I think actually spin over to it. Hey, Ace! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my lovely dragon friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Cthulhu! Heck yeah. Good evening, good evening. Welcome in. How's this game? Good. It was a little hard at the start because I didn't quite understand it because I'm used to Vampire Survivors, but very, very good. Very, very good. If anything, it might be a little loud. Let me just turn this down a little bit. But, camera shake? I don't want camera shake. Basically, asteroids but advanced? I mean, maybe. Got a bunch of upgrades and stuff, so it's good. Yeah, as long as you don't die, you get experience, you get stronger, it's good. It's good. How's Cthulhu? Have you discovered the secrets yet? Oop! Experience? I'm gonna thread the needle. What do I want here? Yes. Full save, that's what I wanted. That's what we needed. Let's go. More. Now they can't get in. Oh, whack. Oh, so much damage. Love it. Yes, stand your ground, move speed, projectile. Yes. Biddies? Oh, you shouldn't have. Hunt Diablo? Oh, Immortal?
Matey. Ace the 29 Dragon Cthulhu interesting also did Blackwake, Hunt, and Diablo today. And read an interesting Lovecraft poem and story called Pacifist.
Replay the intro. I eat Pacific